Yes, kindly let us ensure that our phones are in the silent mode. Let us use a minute to ensure that our phones are in the silent mode. Also, such engagements enable us to continue networking and remaining true partners of Makerere University. So in a minute, kindly turn to the person seated next to you, whatever the word next means, and with a smile introduce yourself, just the name, position, and organization. Yes. My name is Rita Namisango. I'm a member of staff, Principal Communication Officer at Makerere University, attached to two colleges, College of Business and Management Sciences, and the College of Education and External Studies. I welcome you officially to Makerere University. Feel at Makerere University. This institution was established in 1922. In the year 1922, and in the year 2022, we celebrated 100 years of existence. You may wish to clap for us. And we are glad that whoever is seated in this room is a true partner of Makerere University. So we congratulate you upon being our true partner and true friend, and for joining us today to witness the launch of 5 policy briefs of Uganda'S natural capital accounts. We also have an online audience. They are following the proceedings on Zoom. We are also glad that we are live streaming this entire event on the Makerere University YouTube channel. Once again, please ensure that your phones are in the silent mode. We welcome you to the launch and dissemination of the 5 policy briefs of Uganda'S natural capital account. And we are glad that we have steady partners. We have Makerere University. We also have the College of Business and Management Sciences at Makerere University. We are also honored that we are being hosted specifically today by the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling, CISM. Glad that we have our partner, GGI. We also have UBOS as a partner, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, that is also our true partner, NEMA, Ministry of Water and Environment, National Planning Authority, yes, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. Thank you so much. What brings us together? It is because we value Uganda'S transformation. That is why we are gathered here. To all our online participants, please, we have started officially, and we are also glad that the following key people are in the room. From CISM, the director is Professor Edward Bale. He's also the principal of the College of Business and Management Sciences at Makerere University. Let us also welcome the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. GGI is represented by Mr. Arthur Sebugachimeze, the Project Manager, Climate Finance, who is representing the GGI country representative. We are also honored to have Mr. Davis Vuningoma, Acting Commissioner, Macroeconomic Policy Development from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Yes, you're welcome. And Miss Nina Guy Van Leeuwen, Team Leader, Political Affairs and Refugee Support, Embassy of Denmark in Kampala. You're welcome. And to all our dear participants, partners, stakeholders, alumni, students, development partners, physically present here at Makerere University main building and also following online, you're welcome, and thank you for your participation. It's now time for me to officially invite the director of the
very important part of officially welcoming you to Makerere University by our host, the Vice Chancellor. But as the host institution, Makerere University has consistently demonstrated its commitment to advancing research that informs policy and national development. And Makerere University is, as such, very intentional in establishing and nurturing centers of excellence that are targeting very specific and important policy-oriented aspects that are very important to the university, but also are very, very important to national development. And as such, the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate-Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling was born out of, the contemporary debates around the globe, where it is very, very important that national planning, budgeting, macroeconomic and fiscal policies are not oblivious to the aspect of climate change, but must fully integrate these aspects into the planning frameworks, macro and fiscal policies. And as such, we are very intentional on undertaking research in these areas, but also undertaking capacity building that is targeting. And over there, on one of our pull-up banners, we have listed a number of short courses that are on offer at Makerere University in these areas. And we are also taking advantage of the fact that the world, Mr. Vice Chancellor, agreed to form a coalition of finance ministers on climate action. And Uganda is a co-chair, and is a first co-chair. And this co-chairship will rotate. And as a result then, as a university, we couldn't stay behind, but rather to be on board and contribute to the work and the much needed evidence, but also capacity building that can support our Minister of Finance as the co-chair. But also, last December, African governments and African finance ministers agreed to form the Pan-African Forum of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, where Ministers of Finance have agreed to work together to sort of entrench these similar aspects into their budgeting, planning, macroeconomic frameworks, etc. And to us, whereas there is that global coalition, the Pan-African one is, can I say, very much interesting. And I had the honor to be present when this Pan-African Forum was being launched in Zambia. And as a university, therefore, we are well aligned, executing our mandate of capacity building, executing our mandate of research and policy engagement, targeting now not only Uganda, but we are targeting the region with these efforts. And so, under the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, the university continues to pursue a research-led agenda that seeks to generate knowledge, shape public policy and contribute to national and continental development. Today's event is yet another testament to this commitment of our university. It is therefore my singular honor and privilege to invite the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, our host, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, to welcome us, but also to declare this gathering officially open. Professor, you are most welcome.
Allow me to recognize Ms. Nina Gulbik van Luwe, Team Leader Politics, Regional Affairs and Refugee Support, Embassy of Denmark in Kampala. Mr. Arthur Sebuga Kimeze, Project Manager, Climate Finance, representing GGI, Country Representative. Mr. Davis Vuningoma, Acting Commissioner, Microeconomic Policy Department, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The principal and the PI, I think, of this, all my colleagues in management and the staff of Makerere, all participants, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Makerere University, it is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you to this important occasion, marking the dissemination of 5 policy briefs and the launch of the process of updating Uganda's natural capital accounts. I extend a very special welcome to our chief guest who is yet to arrive, and we will definitely do welcome him in a special way when he arrives. I also welcome the representative of the co-chair of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action that the principal has talked about. We are grateful to the coalition for its confidence in Makerere University and for recognizing our institution as a trusted partner in advancing climate-informed economic policy making. And we look forward to strengthening this collaboration in the years ahead. I equally extend a warm welcome to the representative of the ambassador of Denmark, and we were expecting also the ambassador of Sweden, together with all our development partners whose continued support has enabled Makerere University to contribute meaningfully to climate action, environmental sustainability, and evidence-based policy making. I must say that, as Rita said in her introductory remarks, Makerere is 100 years old and we have come of age. We are not doing business as usual. We are dealing with very serious business. Allow me to congratulate the government of Uganda and in particular the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, Finance Planning and Economic Development, on Uganda's historic appointment as the first co-chair of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. This remarkable achievement reflects Uganda's growing leadership in integrating climate action into macroeconomic and fiscal policy, both within Africa and globally. Makerere University is proud to support the government in delivering this important continental responsibility. And I would like to assure all our collaborators that we have all the infrastructure and all the human resource to contribute meaningfully to all the issues that affect our continent, our region, and globally. I want to congratulate, of course, the principal for the creation of these centers of excellence, which are making a very big impact on Uganda's socio-economic development. Today's event exemplifies the power of collaboration between academia, government, and development partners in generating knowledge that informs public policy and advances Uganda's sustainable development agenda. We are pleased to disseminate the 5 policy briefs alongside the updated natural capital accounts covering water, ecosystem services and assets, land, energy, and wood stock. Together, these accounts provide an invaluable evidence base for integrating natural capital into national planning, budgeting, investment decisions, and sustainable development strategies. The policy briefs have been developed through the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling, and they demonstrate how rigorous interdisciplinary research can directly inform national and international policy processes. Through the center, Mackay University continues to strengthen its position as a regional center of excellence in climate-sensitive macroeconomic modeling, natural capital accounting, and evidence-based policy making. Mackay University remains firmly committed to advancing research that addresses national, regional, and global development priorities. Through the center and our other centers of excellence, we continue to produce high-quality, policy-relevant research, build the capacity of the next generation of African researchers and policymakers, and strengthen partnerships with government, development partners, regional institutions, and the private sector. These efforts are fully aligned with our research-led strategy and direction, which seeks to generate knowledge that transforms society and supports evidence-informed policy making. I would like to believe that our partners in the government know that these days, with the research coming out of Makerere, you actually take informed decisions. Okay. The updated Uganda Natural Capital Accounts that we launched today provide a robust foundation for understanding the true value of our natural resources and integrating that value into national development planning, budgeting, investment, and environmental stewardship. They represent an important milestone towards achieving sustainable and climate-resilient economic growth. I must say that all these things we are doing are informed by the realities on the ground. As we are all aware, our region, the so-called Great Lakes region, is the worst affected by climate change. It also has one of the fastest growing regions in the world as far as population is growing, so there's a lot of population pressure on our resources, and we must therefore get informed decisions through research. I wish to acknowledge that the policy briefs being disseminated today were funded by the Gates Foundation, and to express our sincere appreciation to our development partners, including the Royal Danish Embassy, the Global Green Growth Institute, the United Nations Partnership for Action on Green Economy, and the United Nations Institute for Training and Research for their invaluable support. I equally acknowledge the government of Uganda, particularly the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, for its leadership and support in building the research capacity at Mackay University. At the same time, I wish to reconfirm our commitment to support government development initiatives through research. Our appreciation goes to all the participating ministries, departments and agencies, members of the technical working group, researchers, technical experts, and all stakeholders whose dedication has made the preparation of these policy briefs and the updated natural capital accounts possible. When I look at the audience, I see that all the participants are very young people, which really gives me courage that we have young researchers who are going to lead research and provide evidence for development decisions for a long time to come. With those remarks, it is my pleasure to once again warmly welcome our chief guest, who we still await, and all the other special guests that we have been mentioned. I wish all of us fruitful deliberations and a highly successful event. And on that note, it is my honor and pleasure to declare the workshop open. Thank you.
Okay, the workshop is officially open, and it has been opened by the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. Let us welcome our partner, GGI. Mr. Arthur Sebuga Chimeze, Project Manager Climate Finance, who is representing the GGI country representative. You're welcome.
Hello. Good morning. I am Arthur Sebuga Chimeze, and I am representing the GGI country representative of Uganda, Angola, and Zambia. And maybe I also tender my apologies if you don't see me later in the course of the day. I'll be representing him in those 3 countries. There are a couple of events. GGI was established in 2012 at the Rio Plus 20 conference, and we are in 50 member countries, including Uganda. And in Uganda, we started our work here in 2016. I will now start to read the remarks of the country representative. The Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, the Executive Director of Uganda'S, the representative of PSST, Ministry of Finance, representatives from the Royal Danish Embassy, our colleagues from the Development Partners Group, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure to join you today for the dissemination of these important policy briefs on natural capital accounting. First, I would like to congratulate Makerere University through the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate-Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling for leading this important body of work. These policy briefs demonstrate the tremendous value of bringing together rigorous research and practical policy solutions. I would also like to sincerely thank the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for its leadership and commitment to ensuring that climate and natural capital become central to Uganda's economic planning and fiscal decision making. A special word of appreciation goes to the government of Denmark. Denmark has been a steadfast partner in supporting Uganda's journey towards climate-informed economic policy making. Their continued investment is helping transform innovative ideas into practical tools that strengthen resilience, improve public policy, and support sustainable economic growth. Today's event is particularly timely. While we are launching these policy briefs, Uganda is also embarking on the update of the natural capital accounts, a process being led by Uganda'S in close collaboration with MOFPED and supported through the Denmark GGI partnership. This demonstrates that Uganda is not only generating evidence, but also ensuring that the evidence is translated into national statistics and policy instruments that can inform investment decisions and development planning. Natural capital is far more than an environmental issue. Uganda's forests, wetlands, water resources, land and biodiversity are productive economic assets. They underpin agriculture, tourism, energy, livelihoods, and ultimately the country's long-term prosperity. As these policy briefs clearly demonstrate, when natural capital declines, economic resilience declines with it. Equally, when we invest in protecting and managing these assets, we are investing in Uganda's future prosperity. At GGI, we are proud to support this agenda because we believe economic growth and environmental sustainability must go hand in hand. Uganda continues to demonstrate regional leadership by showing how ministries of finance can use natural capital accounting to strengthen fiscal policy, improve public investment decisions, and build resilience to climate change. This experience is already informing learning across Africa through the Pan-African Finance Ministers Forum for Climate Action. The partnership represented in this room, bringing together government, academia, development partners, and international organizations, is exactly what is needed to move from evidence to action. Finally, let me congratulate all researchers, authors, and institutions involved in producing these excellent policy briefs. I encourage all of us to see today's event as not only the continuation of the research process, but as the beginning of stronger policy dialogue and evidence-based decision-making. GGGI looks forward to continuing our close collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, the Embassy of Denmark, Makerere University, and all our partners as we work together to ensure that Uganda's natural wealth remains the foundation of its sustainable and inclusive development. Ladies and gentlemen, please accept the highest compliments of my country representative, Engineer Dr. Martinez. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are live streaming on the Makerere University YouTube channel. So let us ensure that we are very attentive, active participants, right? And also a happy audience. Thank you. Those are the rules that govern that channel. Yes, in line with our program, permit me to invite Ms. Ninagi Van Leeuwen, Team Leader Politics, Regional Affairs and Refugee Support, Embassy of Denmark in Kampala. You're welcome. If you look at the screen, you'll see the logo of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, Danida. So let us give the representative of the Embassy of Denmark in Kampala a befitting hand clap. Yes, you're welcome.
Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, representatives from Ministry of Finance, Planning, Economic Development, representatives from National Environment Management Authority, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, National Planning Authority, students and staff of Makerere University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure to join you today on behalf of the Government of Denmark at this dissemination workshop of policy briefs on natural capital accounting in Uganda. Our hosts, Makerere University and the Ministry of Finance, the co-chair of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, you have really done an amazing job. Thank you for the opportunity to address such an esteemed audience that is critical for contributing to, and more importantly, utilization of natural capital accounting policy briefs that are crucial for enhancing the role of economic, fiscal, and financial policies in addressing climate change in Uganda and Africa as a whole. Let me congratulate Uganda as a member, but also in your co-chair role of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, on the successful generation and dissemination of these policy briefs on natural capital accounting. It is a significant achievement following the great discussions held during the February 2026 Natural Capital Accounting Symposium. This further contributes to translating and customizing the products of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action to Uganda. We are grateful to the Global Green Growth Institute that is implementing Danish support to Uganda to co-chair the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, through which these policy briefs on natural capital accounting in Uganda have been developed and disseminated today. I would like to make two key points today. First, reliable, and enhanced natural capital accounts are vital for ministries of finance to play a critical enabling role in turning green and resilient transitions into reality. Ministries for finance require these accounts for macroeconomic modeling, which can only be developed through a strengthened and collaborative national statistical system. Denmark is delighted to see the strengthened collaboration between academia through Makerere University, policymakers MOFPED and Uganda'S, as Uganda works towards a just green transition where enhanced data and statistics for natural capital accounting and sustainable development will continue to play a critical role. This collaboration is testament to Uganda's strong leadership and provides an example to other Pan-Africa finance ministers for climate action on how to foster stronger collaboration among national, regional, and global partners, including the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. Such collaboration strengthens Africa's voice in international climate and finance discussions. I'm proud to say that Denmark supports Africa to enhance data and statistics for the green transition, which is key for generating such policy briefs in Uganda's priority sectors as elaborated in the country's updated nationally determined contribution. Besides statistics, Denmark works with the statistical authorities in Ghana and Morocco through Strategic Sector Cooperation. Statistics Denmark has recently initiated similar work with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Among the objectives is to further support Uganda to improve its data and statistics for natural capital accounting and climate-responsive macroeconomic modeling. This strategic sector cooperation on statistics will leverage Denmark's leadership of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action's 4th Helsinki Principle workstream, focusing on taking climate change into account in macroeconomic policy, fiscal planning, budgeting, public investment management, and procurement practices. Through targeted technical assistance under Danish support and partnership with Government of Uganda and Global Green Growth Institute, Denmark's Ministry of Finance will collaborate with Uganda'S and Statistics Denmark to further enhance Uganda's data and statistics for the green transition. These policy briefs come at an opportune time when this strategic sector cooperation on statistics is being defined. These initiatives are a testament to our belief, which is firmly grounded in our own experience the last decade, that by empowering ministries of finance with the right tools, from resilient planning and green budgeting to public investment frameworks, we can unlock the finance needed for the green transition. Secondly, the climate and finance policy nexus is a new and complex frontier. It requires enhanced data and statistics that inform natural capital accounting and related products, such as these policy briefs on natural capital accounting in Uganda. Unless these products are easily available and intentionally used in decision-making by relevant stakeholders, for example, in designing and implementing sectoral climate programs as Uganda aspires to a low carbon climate resilient economy, not much progress will be attained. So let's use these policy briefs so that they don't remain on institutional shelves. Going forward, we look forward to continue working closely with Uganda towards realizing your ambitions. Denmark is committed to building strong green partnerships with Uganda and other African nations based on mutual interest and priorities. We will continue to offer our partnership in relation to your efforts to enhance your natural capital accounts that are greatly needed for mainstreaming climate considerations into economic policy, helping to build a future that is not only sustainable, but also economically vibrant for all. This is how we turn ambition into action, and it is how we together build a green, resilient, and prosperous economy. Thank you for your attention.
From the remarks, we are assured of continued partnership for the transformation of Uganda, Makerere University, Africa, and humanity at large. We've listened, and every speech points to policy briefs, and that is why we are here. But I'm also delighted to mention that at Makerere University we have 3 core functions, that is teaching and learning, research and innovations, and knowledge transfer partnerships and networking. And today's event is aligned with those 3 core functions. In the beginning, the principal of the College of Business and Management Sciences highlighted Makerere University transitioning into a research-led institution. The Vice Chancellor also emphasized that, and he said we've been here for over 100 years, and it is serious business of research, partnerships, and transformation. The representative of GGI has also emphasized the importance of research and policy briefs, and also ensuring that research informs policy and continuity of this partnership. Also from the representative of the Embassy of Denmark, she has also emphasized the need for partnership, research, but also ensuring that the policy briefs do not remain on the shelves. They are disseminated and they impact humanity and the world at large. So this research that is coming through the policy briefs should inform policy and also ensure that it transforms the respective sectors. It is now important for us to just get a highlight of the policy briefs. Thereafter, I'll invite the next speaker. The person who has been delegated to provide to us the highlight, it's very brief, that's why I'm using the word highlight, of the policy briefs is Dr. Peter Babienda, the coordinator of CISM. You're welcome. The word is highlights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the MC, the Vice Chancellor, the representative of the Ambassador of Denmark, GGI, Director CISM, NEMA, NPA, UBOS, and all of us. So I've been asked to just give a brief of the policy briefs that we are going to launch. Just as in the remarks of the Vice Chancellor, these briefs were developed as a collaborative, in a collaborative way and participatory by all the key institutions. Also for us at the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling, we are taking the lead. So the first category of the policy briefs where we had, which shall be launching today.
Recording in progress.
Uganda'S energy system at crossroads, the unsustainable reliance on biomass and the need for energy transition. This brief, together with Uganda'S wood stock on a declining pathway to extinction, a call for policy review and action. These were led by Professor Edward Bale, who is the principal College of Business and Management Sciences, but also the director of the center. And Prof. Bale is here and was deputized by Professor Wilson Asimwe from Minister of Finance. Maybe you can stand up and and they worked with other members of UBOS. I saw Victoria, you can also stand up. Ministry of Water, Kansime, Charity. Yeah, and the others, because I was given less time. The second category of briefs, we had integrating natural capital into development planning in Uganda, insights from the ecosystem services and asset accounts, 1990 to 2015. And the second one, leveraging land, natural capital to derive Uganda's sustainable and inclusive growth. That one was led by Peter Bavienda, deputized by Dr. Sam Gume, who is online, and that is the representative of the co-chair for Uganda. And Dr. Ronald Kagwa from NPA is here. Victoria Chebet from NEMA. Among others. And lastly, we had a policy brief on the National Water Accounts Development, tracking Uganda's progress amidst climate change. This one was led by Dr. Nicholas Chirimani and deputized by Mr. Bali. Is Bali around? From Ministry of Finance, yes, Bali is there. So this was participatory. So the process was largely desk review and then stakeholder consultations. And as the Vice Chancellor said, that these policy briefs were funded by the Gates Foundation. But I must add that the findings and the conclusions in these briefs are for the authors and do not necessarily reflect the position and policies of the Gates Foundation. I thank you.
Yes, just before you leave, the Vice Chancellor and all the other guests in the room and those online would like to know our true partners when it comes to the technical group. I have heard you several times talking about the technical group. Kindly highlight our technical group.
Yeah, thank you so much. At the center, we have a technical group, and this technical group is, I think now I will read the members, and you come in front so that the Vice Chancellor can see you. The technical group is led by us, of course, under the chairmanship of Professor Edward Bale, the principal, and is deputized by Dr. Sam Gume, who is online. I don't know whether Dr. You can show us Dr. Mugume. And then myself, Peter Bavienda, as a coordinator. Then we have Professor Wilson Asimwe, Dr. Ronald Kagwa from the National Planning Authority. We have, from NEMA, we have two people. We have Chebet, Victoria, but also Mr. Godwin Godwin is here. I usually forget the other name. Minister of Water, Kansime Charity. UBOS, we have, now we have Vicky, Victoria. And then we also have from civil society, Turiakira Justus, Aganet, but it's represented. Who is the representative of the Agnet? And then as the faculty members, other faculty members, Dr. Nicholas Chirimani, who is not here for now. Then Dr. John Seruyange. So these are the members of the technical team that we work with in the process of developing these policy briefs and many other things. As you heard from the remarks of the Vice Chancellor, the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling, taking advantage of Uganda being the co-chair, and the launch of the Pan-Africa Forum for Finance Ministers on Climate Action, we were given the responsibility of being the research and the knowledge arm. I think you should declare for us. For Africa. So we do so many things. And we work with our colleagues from the London School of Economics, UNITA, that is UN page. So we keep meeting and then do so many things. Currently, we are doing a survey to ascertain the gaps in the ministries of finance in as far as integrating climate change and nature in planning, in budgeting, and modeling is concerned. And the preliminary results we got is what led to the development of those courses that you are seeing, which you also have in the brief. So maybe I will invite, and the surveys across Africa. So now let's take this opportunity by inviting our colleagues from GGI, Denmark, and then the VC, so that we take this moment for a group photo.
For a photo, we are not yet into the group photo, but I'm requesting.
And also the representative of macroeconomic planning department, where Dr. Mugume is.
Okay, members, we are here because of this technical team. Technical team members, please ensure that you give us the best smiles. Yes, the Vice Chancellor in his speech mentioned that Makerere University has the right infrastructure and human resources to transform Uganda. And so Makerere University is working with several partners who are members of the technical team that has been presented to us. Okay, thank you very much, members of the technical team. It's now time for us to listen to the representative. It's now time for us to listen to the representative from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in Uganda. That is Mr. Davis Vuningoma, Acting Commissioner, Macroeconomic Policy and Development. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Nawangwe, the Dean College of Business, Management Sciences, and Director of the Center of Excellence for African Climate Sensitive Macro Modeling, Professor Edward Bare, representative of, we call it Triple GI, Global Green Growth Institute, the Gates Foundation, development partners, colleagues from different government agencies. Of course, now, much as some of them are from the different agencies, I also want to recognize, of course, our technical team, who have made sure that we are here. Without you, we wouldn't be here. Distinguished researchers, representatives from private sector and civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Yeah, it's also my pleasure to join you this morning for the dissemination of these important policy briefs. And from the onset, I would like to thank the Center of Excellence for Climate Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling for convening this event. The Global Green Growth Institute, the Gates Foundation, we thank you for partnering with us to make this a success. This partnership exemplifies the value of bringing together government, academia. This has already been stressed by previous speakers. Of course, government cannot do this alone. We need academia, we need civil society, we need all partners on board so that actually we get better quality decisions.
Recording in progress.
I also want to thank all participants who are here. Thank you for making it here. Thank you for making it here. Thank you for making it here. Sound evidence. Yeah, previous speakers have already alluded to the fact Yeah, previous speakers have better alluded to longer.
Yeah, previous speakers have better alluded to longer. Yeah, previous speakers have better alluded to longer.
Dr. Sam Ogume. I'm happy to this report that Uganda was a pioneer.
This
of
report
the
that
forum
Uganda was a pioneer.
that
This report that Uganda was a pioneer.
we need to be climate change as a fundamental concern. But as macroeconomic long-term economic transformation. We know what climate change.
We know what the climate change. We know what the climate change. We know what the climate change. We know what the climate change.
Incomes, and of course, ultimately they have an impact on government revenues and expenditure. So, of course, once these happen, definitely you know that our fiscal space will shrink, and maybe we may not be able to provide services as initially planned. So that is actually why we are very happy that the Center for Excellence on Africa Climate Sensitive Macro Modeling is partnering with us on giving us some of this knowledge. And of course, we're also happy that even on top of just doing the research work, they have gone ahead to offer training programs which are tailor-made for actually the real world and real practical problems of our time. And of course, this also goes further to, I would also like to thank Makerere University as a whole, because being from the macroeconomic policy department of the Ministry of Finance, I would selfishly say that I'm happy with Makerere because the courses they are tailoring, including macroeconomic modeling now, is to equip students so that once they join the ministry, they hit the ground running without really even necessity for serious internship and spending time on some of these things. So I know some of the students being churned out actually will come when they are already experts on this, so that actually we have in-house generation of knowledge without actually having to even spend much more on external consultancy. So of course, as we all know, Uganda is richly endowed with natural capital. We have forests, wetlands, our water resources, but traditional measures of economic performance have usually failed to capture both the value of these assets, but also the costs associated with the degradation. So for this reason, I would like to commend the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate Sensitive Macro Modeling for today's launch of these 5 policy briefs. Collectively, these briefs provide practical policy options, I emphasize the practical bit, that will help government make more informed decisions on managing natural resources while sustaining economic growth. Especially for us now, we are at a time where we want to grow the economy tenfold. By 2040, we need a 500 billion USD economy in terms of GDP. So we think that this tenfold growth strategy being a stimulus to achieve Vision 2040, where we are a prosperous nation, we believe that some of these studies will provide the basis for better decision making. So I would like to reiterate government's commitment to strengthening analytical capacity for climate-informed policy making through initiatives such as CISM, which is the Center of Excellence. Uganda is building expertise required to integrate climate risks and natural capital into macroeconomic modeling, fiscal policy, and of course long-term development planning. Of course, as seen from those courses being provided, as seen from the new courses Makerere is developing or has already come up with, so that actually students are trained and they are ready for the market, they hit the ground running. Yep. Of course, government will remain committed. We shall continue supporting and collaborating, because as we realize, good policy is through collaborative work. When one arm of society makes the policies, of course, implementation, we know we face challenges because maybe even much as they may be evidence-based, they may not be practical enough to be implemented. So once again, in conclusion, I congratulate CISM, of course, Makerere University being our host, Triple GI and the Gates Foundation, and of course the technical team. We can't thank you enough. We know how rigorous this exercise is. We know that economic modeling is not an easy task, but of course it is an achievable task. So I would like to thank everyone, your efforts for helping Uganda build the analytical foundations necessary for resilient, green, and inclusive economic transformation. So we have, on behalf of the ministry, but of course specifically from Macroeconomic Policy Department, and from our collaborations, we have every confidence that the discussions today will generate practical insights that will strengthen our policies and contribute meaningfully to Uganda's sustainable development aspirations. We have all been talking that we need to move from ambition to action, but I can, at least I'm also happy to inform you that with these policies and policy briefs that have been developed, and more research that has already come before, at least we've already started on the action from the ministry side in terms of policy formulation that is evidence-based and usually being our partners. We actually quickly jump on it after good discussion with them. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Our representative from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We are going to have 2 photos in this order. May I humbly request, in line with our program, the following people to take up these seats. The Director CISM. Kindly, we have some seats here. The Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, the representative of GGI, the representative of the Embassy of Denmark in Uganda, the representative of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, kindly let us join Professor Bale, so that is going to be the first photo. Professor Bale, you're seated very far from the Vice Chancellor. The representative from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The coordinator CISM. So we have CISM, Vice Chancellor Makerere University, representative GGI, representative from the Embassy of Denmark in Kampala, representative from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. That's a photo moment. I was requested by some of the partners that they would like to have that particular photo as they handle the documentation process for the launch and dissemination of the policy briefs of Uganda'S natural capital accounts. Is that done? Okay. So now the rest of us, but I need some team members to help me, because we are also now required to join the people seated here. We are going to use the white seats so that they join here, and then the rest of us stand behind for the group photo. Okay, that's first they need you when you're standing. Documentation is a key process of our journey. Kindly, yes. Okay, so next, do I get the white seats? Okay, I've been guided that we are quite a number in the room, that if we could go outside, we have some steps so that we appropriately appear in the photo. And it is also good for us to stretch a little. Then from that, in line with our program, we'll get into the break tea. We already have the tea set. We'll pick the tea and then return. Thank you very much. So let us stretch. It is also healthy for us. Kindly move to the entrance of the main building. It's time for the group photo. Let us also ensure that we are captured appropriately in the group photo. This space is not enough for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, it's time for the group photo. Let us join our partners so that we are part of the group photo. Thank you very much. After the group photo, kindly return. We have a serving point for tea. Will be served appropriately. To all our online participants, we are breaking off for the group photo outside the main building, and thereafter we'll return briefly for a coffee break, and then we'll resume the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress. 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 Recording
To the physical participants, in the room, the water that has been positioned at the various tables should be consumed. Effective utilization of resources. Yes, and it is healthy for you to take a number of bottles of water. In the next few minutes, that is 3 minutes from now, we would like to resume our session. So once again, let us ensure that our phones are in the silent mode. Do not switch them off, just ensure that they are in the silent mode. We are also resuming the live streaming on the Makerere University YouTube channel. We had paused during the time for break, and we are resuming. In the next 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we need to resume our program. When you open the folders, we have a leaflet that has agenda of conference, or sometimes called the program. And I'm glad that we went through the opening ceremony successfully. And this event, launch and dissemination of policy briefs of Uganda'S natural capital accounts, was officially opened by the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. We are now getting into the session after the coffee break, and the session will entail summary presentation of the policy briefs, a panel discussion, launch of the policy briefs, and a speech from the Minister of Water and Environment. Are we ready to go? Yes, we are ready. Dear live streaming team, we are ready to resume. Thank you very much for that. Members, it is now time for us to listen to the summary presentation of the policy briefs. This session is going to be we are going to be guided by Dr. Peter Babyenda, the coordinator, CISM. Members, when you open the folders, there is agenda of conference. We've successfully gone through the opening ceremony, had the group photo. We've enjoyed the coffee and tea, and it's now time for us to resume in line with our program. We have summary presentation of the policy briefs. After, we'll have a panel discussion. The panel will involve Makerere University, NEMA, UBOS, Ministry of Water and Environment, National Planning Authority, and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We will then proceed to the launch of the policy briefs and a speech from the Minister of Water and Environment. Dr. Peter Babyenda, you're welcome to take us through the next session. Members, we are from a very delicious, if I could call it that, moment of enjoying well-prepared tea, courtesy of Piato Restaurant. Could we show that we have some energy by welcoming Dr. Peter Babyenda in a befitting way? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rita and us all, still standing on the protocol that was already established in the morning. So I'm here to quickly take you through our first policy brief, which is titled Integrating Natural Capital into Development Planning in Uganda, and we pick insights from the ecosystem services and assets account that covered that period, and this was officially published by Uganda Bureau of Statistics in 2023. So I will quickly talk about the motivation for the brief, the methods, the key findings, and the recommendations. So, as it has been even said from the morning speeches, that ecosystem services are very, very vital for this country. Look at, just like Minister of Finance said, we are endowed with a number of ecosystem services: land, water, lakes, mountains, to mention but a few. But most of these services are not valued and therefore do not reflect in our national statistics. Our ecosystem services are a key in that they provide us with food, like what we are just from, water, carbon storage, climate regulation, biodiversity, and then tourism benefits. I think most of us know it. We only think of ecosystem services because of tourism, because of recreational services. We want to go, like I see here in most cases after wedding, people want to go to Serena to take photos. So when you ask them, why are you going to Serena for photos? So because the place is beautiful. So that is the nature we are talking about. So the failure to include this contribution is largely due to most of these services are not valued, so we don't know their value. And being unvalued makes conservation, sustainable use difficult. What we see is that there is a rapid decline in our ecosystem services, especially forest. Looking at example forests, by 2015, our forest cover had reduced to almost 8%, but I think now it has been rising. Of course, I told you this, what we are presenting is goes up to 2015. But we all know by around 1990, 54% of our land area was covered by forest, but this was reduced to 8. So you can see that, largely due to agriculture expansion, and you know now our agricultural produce attracts a relatively good price, so everyone wants to get engaged. Coffee, for example, and now you are hearing of the regulation by EU to ensure that we don't deforestate our forests. So they say you have to sow, and I hear there is already a team on the ground that's trying to see that we are able to sow that. And then charcoal production, so we want to cook, illegal logging for timber, and many others. So our ecosystem services, we can categorize them mainly into three. Provisioning services, so this one provides us with the direct benefits that we see. For example, food, timber, fuel, fish, water. So if we protect the forest cover, we provide the shade for water, and we protect the rivers, and that's how also shall be protecting the fish indirectly. Regulating services, so you have to regulate our environmental processes, climate regulation, water purification, controlling erosion, and many others. And finally, the cultural services. That's where we have now the tourism and the other services. Tourism services, medical. There are some people, when you feel some throat, you go to the environment and pick something and take it, and then you feel well. You remember during COVID-19, Some people would walk with leaves, so many leaves and all that, or do control and others. So, and even some people, they are God. If you ask who is your God, they might show you, of course, I think God now is small letter. They will show you some tree. So all that being from the ecosystem services. So we therefore ask ourselves a few questions. What's the true economic value of those services I've been talking about? So here we need to see how do we put the monetary values on our Uganda'S nature, and once we know the value, then it is easy for us to integrate it into our macro models. Because our macro models, there should be flow, monetary flow of money. Money should flow from here to there. And then you're able to include that in the CGE or other models. Which ecosystems and services face the greatest pressure and why? So here you want to look at the land cover changes, changing from wetland to agriculture to cities and all that. And we shall be seeing here that most of this is due to, of course, one, the population increase. In 1990, we were about 17 million people. But by 2015, I think we are around 37 million. And now we are almost 50 million. So we are doing well in that field of increasing the numbers of the people. I think we should also do the same with nature. How should natural capital enter the fiscal and monetary policy? Of course, including the budgeting decision, investment decisions. So we are talking of the tenfold growth strategy, supplying tenfold. If you want water now, you want more times 10. So how do we embed that? And finally, what actions protect ecosystems without slowing growth? Because we have to grow.
Members, let us welcome the Honorable Minister. Could we welcome the Minister with a befitting hand clap? Honorable Beatrice Anya, you're most welcome. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation from the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University. In line with the program that you received, we commenced with the opening ceremony, the launch and dissemination of the policy briefs. There are 5, was officially handled by the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. We've also listened to speeches from the Director CISM, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, our partners, GGI, the Embassy of Denmark in Kampala, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Currently, we are now handling the summary presentation of the policy briefs. You're welcome, and permit me to invite Dr. Peter Babienda again to continue with his presentation. We have physical participants here. We also have participants online, and we are also live streaming on the Makerere University YouTube channel. And we have a high presence of the media team. Media team, oye? Honorable Minister, that's our media team. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, MC, and thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So I was talking about the policy questions that guided this policy brief. What is the true economic value of our Uganda'S ecosystem? So here, placing the monetary value. And we believe once we know the value of our nature, then we shall be able to protect and conserve. You cannot conserve what you don't know the value. And then knowing the greatest ecosystem service that is facing much pressure, and then this will help us to come up with the recommendations or the measures to mitigate and see how to go along with it. But also, how can we include the natural capital into the fiscal and monetary policy? So as we are budgeting, we are able to put aside some money that is meant, say, to restore a degraded forest, wetland, measuring, how do we measure the trees and all that. Now we are in the world of technology. We need planes. Some countries are using planes to measure their forest cover. So we can justify that through this. If you can, the people in the Ministry of Finance want to know, if you put this money here, this is what you will get. But also now we are talking of the tenfold growth strategy and our the NDP4. So that means we now require more from our nature. We require more water, we require more land, we require more resources, forests. So how can we protect our ecosystem, but without affecting growth? Because, you know, we need jobs. We need jobs. Our younger people, we are producing many every year, and we can have those jobs from the nature. So largely what we did here was to look at the ecosystem accounts report that was published by UBOS in 2023, and then try to see, analyze, and have discussions through together in the technical group that you saw earlier, and come up with key findings. So in terms of when that report was published, some of the methods that were used were the exchange value concept. So here you're trying to see how much money would these services fetch in the market, if there was market for them. And then valuing the labor and capital costs for provisioning services. And then for those assets that we can value, for example, tourism and others, timber, these ones were valued by the net present value for over 100 years. And the discount rate which was used was 4.04. And these figures were expressed in 2017 constant terms, but all in Uganda shillings. So what we find there is that there has been an increasing demand for provisioning services. Between that period of the study, people want land, for example, for crop production. You can see the land for crop production increased by 25%. Grazing, 195%. That is the increase from what was at 1990. Wood harvesting increased by 153%. That's quite worrying, looking at that increase vis-a-vis the rate at which we are planting new forests. So that means if we don't take care, we might have depletion. The demand for water supply increased by over 300% during that period. So as Ugandans start getting some money to build some houses, they need water in those houses, and then schools, factories, and all that. So you can see that we need more money to ensure that we have water. And my colleague, Dr. Nick Kimani, of course, will be taking us through the water brief later. The value of our tourism services, those on the good value, increased between that period by 6,000%. 6,000%. So this shows a very big opportunity that we have as Uganda. If we can improve our tourism, we can fetch a lot of money from tourism. Largely using, people want to come and see our gorilla, want to come and see River Machizon Falls and others, the Queen Elizabeth, our climbing, and those are all part of ecosystem services, including others. The total value of ecosystem services also increased by 91% between that period, and here we are seeing even some services were not included. And that's why one of the things which has come out from this policy brief is the update of these statistics. And I want to thank the GGI Denmark participates through the coalition of finance ministers, working, of course, with UBOS for that process of updating. I think soon we shall have more values that our ecosystem services have increased. During this evaluation, of course, the Vice Chancellor has gone, but we are part. We took part in the evaluation of this report. Now, what is worrying, you see I've put it in red, is there is a decline in ecosystem asset value per capita. And this decline is largely due to, of course, increasing population. We now have more people, so we need houses. Increasing demand for food. As per increasing, you need food. To build cities, water for production, and then the climate change. So whereas the total asset value is increasing, the asset value per capita, and this is something that as policymakers we need to, especially from the Ministry of Water and Environment, NEMA, tourism, WHO, and others, we need to take a close eye. So what do we recommend based on this analysis? One, we are saying that we should integrate our ecosystem accounting, natural capital accounting, into our macro models, and I want to thank the Minister of Finance on this, the National Planning Authority. Recently, last year, we working with GIZ, we were able to develop a model for Ministry of Water and Environment, the model for natural capital account, policy assessment, MONICAP, which is yet, of course, to be institutionalized in the ministry. But this model will help, shows how you can actually integrate this value, and then you are able to report on various issues and also justify budgeting, but also take correct investment decisions. Number two, we are saying that we need to intensify sustainability. Whereas the demand for food is increasing, we should now look at raising the productivity. Use small land, but produce more. So here we recommend that MAIF should take lead in that. The first one we said, Ministry of Finance, National Planning Authority, Ministry of Tourism, and also Ministry of Water and Environment being the lead agency to ensure that we know and how much our ecosystem services contribute to the GDP. We need to protect the high value ecosystem. So here by strengthening the legal protection, enforcement, and here of course we know NEMA is taking this seriously. They are recruiting rangers and other people to ensure that this is protected, but also scale up the restoration efforts. We need to restore some of our degraded wetlands and the forests, even as we are growing. And this will interfere with the growth plans of the country. We need to expand alternative energy. Here, Ministry of Energy, Mineral Development, I think you are doing a lot. And by doing this, you can also earn from carbon credits and many other things. These people have access to gas, solar, biogas. We have a lot of animal waste. We should not go to waste. Waste to energy, those should be some of the things to look at. So that will reduce reliance on fuel wood, charcoal. After all, as people start getting money, we are now, our ladies are very educated. So why should an educated lady use charcoal to cook or firewood? I think we should just switch. And finally, we are also saying that we need to touch a bit. Of course, we have high appetite to give birth to the new one, to the younger ones. I think we need to reduce quite a bit and embrace family planning methods, but also invest in education, especially for female, for ladies. That once you educate a lady, then she's able to use family planning methods, but also more time is lost in school, and then if she were to give birth to 5, she will give birth to 2 or 3. So therefore, as I conclude and invite my colleague Chebet from NEMA, natural capital is under growing pressure, and this is largely due to the rising population. Gross demands, we want to grow this economy to 500 billion. That will involve a lot of resources. As we are going into the process of updating our accounts, we need also to include other things that we didn't include last time. For example, flood regulation, air quality regulation, urban climate regulation, and then the pollination. Pollination was not valued, and we believe that pollination also contributes to the value add. So therefore, and also use the high resolution national land cover to strengthen our analysis, and we think, and this not only be done at national level, but also at regional and district level. I thank you. So allow me invite Victoria to come and quickly just
I'll be sharing us what has changed over time and why this matters, but also what can we do along the way to align our growth with sustainability. Looking at the land natural capital, our land base or our land mass is fixed at 24.15 million hectares, and this means that whatever we do, we have to work within that space. It's not like we're going to cap land is a very important production. So its health matters to our country or to our economy, because any threat that comes to it becomes a threat to our strategy. It also provides ecosystem services. We all know that ecosystem services, just as our previous presenters talked about, water regulation, carbon sequestration. That is what our land does, the ecosystems that are on land. So having our fixed land base as 24.1 million hectares and our population and our economy growing, we still must know that we are growing but the land is not. It is still fixed. So we must work within that space. We need drastic changes, but what is more clear was the small-scale farmlands, as you can see from the graph. This graph shows us that there was a drastic change in small-scale farmlands that increased by 22.3%, and this shows that there was great conversion of this land, of the land, into agriculture. But there was high reduction in woodlands by 55%. Small-scale farmlands also greatly increased. That means that there was a lot of conversion of the woodlands to farming. And then also commercial farmland tripled. When we see specifically the northern region, when we look at Acholi, the Acholi sub-region greatly was affected in the period 1990-2015, as there was an 85% decline in woodland. So that was like a red zone at that time. These reductions mainly are because of the increasing pressures in the population, but also livelihoods. And this means that we have to see as of today, what our focus should be, basing on the regions. And also seeing that there are different changes in the regions, that means the policies that we come up with should be based on the regions, including the district fiscal plans that should be aligned to the national development plans. Its alignment should be based on what is happening in the different regions. Because we are looking at making policies on what happened then and what is happening now. So we have statistics up to 2023, 2017 to 2023, that can clearly guide us on what can be done. Because between 1990 and 2015 to 2017 and 2023, there has been lots of changes. So we also see drastic changes in subsistence farmlands, grasslands, and this means that there have been great changes in the land cover classes. What does this imply? That so much of the forests have been cut down to be used for agriculture. So much of the forest, as we can see, the broadleaf plantations have greatly declined, have been cut down so that we have the built-up areas. Why does this matter? This matters because destruction to this natural capital, which we are seeing as very important, poses an economic risk because we tend to convert foundational natural capital into short-term GDP. For now, we can all clap our hands and say we are doing well as a country, but what will happen in the next 5 or 2 or 3 or 10 years ahead? Since we are looking at the future. For today, we might be okay, but what happens in the future? It also poses a threat to our strategic direction, which is our 10th goal strategy, because we are continuously eroding the natural capital base, and yet our growth or our strategies are looking at 10, 20, and 30 years ahead of us. Looking at environmental impacts, there's been increased urbanization, and that affects habitats for different habitat destruction, and this drives secondary consequences like increased flooding and severe water pollution. What is the connectivity that is there between land, water, biodiversity, and the economy? Here we clearly show that 10% of our GDP is at risk because when ecotourism is affected, 10% of our GDP is at risk. Looking at also the wildlife population and so forth, once it declines, this is what happens. And when we look at soil degradation, directly what comes to our mind is agricultural output and food security. Looking at also health, pollution links us direct to different diseases, and that means that we have to incur so much into health. With climate finance, we can see weak ecosystem stewardship, which in long run will lower green funding eligibility. And from the loop that we see, when all the three, the water, air, and biodiversity are affected, we will see reduced ecosystem services, just as we've been talking about it. Then there is lower GDP from the statistics that we've seen. Of course, poverty, and with the population that is increasing, there's going to be so much pressure still on land. Finally, what are we looking, or what can we do as a country? So we need to intensify, we need to move to commercialization. As we can see, our country is more of land extensive, but not land intensive. So we need to move to land intensivity by doing commercialization. Shifting away from subsistence sprawl to high productivity. Here we are looking at MAIF, teaching the Ugandans what they should probably do in the field of agriculture. For us to have more productive, it can be small, but extensive, intensive, but not looking at land as an extensive way. Then secondly is ecological restoration, actively protect and restore our forests through targeted agroforestry and landscape restoration. This is Ministry of Water, NEMA, and MAIF. Thirdly, we are looking at operationalizing planning, specifically looking at the national land policy and implementing strict zoning to balance agriculture, conservation, and urbanization. The best we can see from this is if you're building horizontally is very different from building vertically. So if we can look at the fixed land that we have, do the vertical constructions, we can say, and minimize on the vertical, then that will be better for our land base. And lastly, we are looking at sustainable financing, that is increasing the environment and natural resource financing, operationalizing also the National Environment Fund to back up the conservation and compliance. In all this, we also must transition from uncoordinated land extensive growth to a planned, data-driven, productivity-led land use system. Since we cannot make more land, we must make the land that we have work harder through productivity and not just expansion. Thank you very much. Allow me to welcome our next presenter, who is Mr. Wilson Asimwe from the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, good morning once again. I'm Wilson Asimwe. I serve as the Senior Economic Modeler in the Ministry of Finance and under the Center of Excellence for Climate-Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling. I'm going to present a policy brief on the Woodstock, the state of Woodstock in Uganda. And I'll give you a few recommendations depending on the results which we see. The outline, I'll look at three things. I'll use a few minutes. And first, I'll look at why do we need NCA, the natural capital assets in Uganda. This is important because in the Ministry of Finance, traditionally, when you cut a tree and you make timber, GDP increases. But recently, we have discovered when you cut a tree and make timber, when you overcut a tree and you make a timber, GDP reduces in the future. And also now the future is becoming close. You cut today, tomorrow you get the effects. Okay? This is the motivation behind why we had to assess the state of the stock, the wood stock. And in the ministry, we began compiling the adjusted macroeconomic indicators, looking at growth. Let's say if GDP is 6%, then we try to assess to see was this GDP attained by depleting natural assets. And then we discount by that depletion. If it is 6, it can go maybe to 5.9, showing also the contribution of depletion. Then I look at the trends and conclude. First, I'll begin with why do we conduct the natural capital assets assessment. You find that with the environment, we are interlinked. Economic activity and the environment is interlinked. It's close to impossible to be able to grow without natural assets. For instance, you find every construction of the building requires wood and requires water, sustainable supply of water. Without those, it's hard to produce capital stock. Then also in agriculture, let's say tea is one of our main exports in Uganda. To produce it, you need also wood for drying the tea. So, which means natural capital assets are integrated within the economic activity or the outputs of the economy, which leads to growth. So it's important to make sure that we integrate it into the planning frameworks. Let's look at the approach we used. We look at different forests. We have natural forests, we have protected forests, we have plantation forests, and each of the forests or wood will look at the natural growth rate of the forest and also the depletion rate or the harvest rate of the forest. Then we can know whether we are depleting or we are not depleting. Now, let's look at the flows over years. Looking at the flows over years, we see that Uganda's wood stock asset is on a decline path using the data set which we have, which goes up to 2015. We see between 1990 and 2015, the stock of wood reduced. Let's say maybe wood stock available for supply reduced from about 224 million tons to 92 million tons. And that is more than halving, which is just 25 years. Which means if in 25 years you can more than halve, which means the next less than 25 years, we can deplete completely the stock of wood. And the main driver we see here, it's largely the wood stock available for supply, where wood stock not available for supply, it has reduced but not significantly reduced from 131 to 100. Then we also see that among the wood available for supply, wood outside forest is the main driver for the decline in wood stock. And wood outside the forest, as we can see from the two graphs, we see that wood inside the forests, we also find that the main decline is in the wood available for supply, and also wood outside the forest, we see the main decline is also in wood available for supply. Then we also see in the numbers, in the trends, that natural wood inside the forests available for supply is declining towards the extinction. Yes, you see wood available for supply is going down, but what type of wood is actually going down? Here we find that actually it's the natural wood which is coming down, which is the blue bar. We see it has reduced by about 70%. 2/3 is gone between the 25 years. But also we see also natural wood in tropical high forest, well stocked, also has almost halved in the 25 years. And which shows that actually natural wood is the one which is facing extinction compared to other wood like plantations, the coniferous and broadleaved. Then we also find that wood outside the forest has drastically declined, especially on small-scale farmland. We have been promoting agroforestry, but we see that trees within the farmland have been having the fastest decline. That's the pink bar. We see it has more than halved from we see from 121, and now we have moved to 58. Then, what's driving this? Let's look at wood demand. In the same period, wood demand has increased drastically, mainly driven by firewood demand and charcoal burning, which means the demand for firewood and charcoal burning is driving the depletion. More than 80% of the demand of wood in Uganda is firewood and charcoal burning, which means any policy which to address the depletion path should focus on a substitution of energy from biomass to cleaner energy, like electricity and LPG. That's the fastest way how we can save the depletion path of the wood stock in Uganda. Now we find in summary, what we have seen is that Uganda's wood stock is on a depletion path. Looking at this curve, we see that the stock of wood available for supply has reduced from 224 to 92, and total wood that's available for supply and also not available for supply, like wood in national parks, protected forest reserves, also has reduced from 355 million tons to 197 million tons, which shows that to safeguard the wood stock in Uganda, we need to address the demand issue of wood, which is taking away the wood which is available for supply, especially in the woodland. Now, lastly, looking at the acreage for each type of forest, we see that plantations like coniferous and broadleaved, has grown over time. The percentage has grown, but in terms of acreage, it is small. Those are the first bar graphs. In terms of percentage, is small. But tropical high forests and also woodland has decreased sharply. Tropical high forests well stocked, the acreage has reduced by 21.7%, and tropical high forest low stocked has reduced by 62.7%, and also woodland has reduced by 68.6%, which shows that Uganda's forest land is reducing. But the question is, where is this land going? Since land doesn't evaporate and cannot be exported, where is this land going? Now, when you go in deeper analysis, the graph on the right, we find that small-scale farmland is the main component that is replacing forest land. For instance, on woodland, about 2.7 million hectares have been lost between 1990 and 2015. Thus, to address this problem, also we need to address the issue why small-scale farmland is replacing the land which is meant for forests. Thus, now we go to conclusion and recommendation. The first conclusion is that we find that Uganda's wood asset is being depleted at an unsustainable rate, with national wood stock declining by about 45% and forest cover shrinking by 60.2%. That's about almost 3 million hectares lost between the 25 years. Then wood demand is growing much faster than sustainable supply. And that's a risk. With the demand nearly tripling from 17 million tons in 1990 to 49 million tons in 2015, while wood available for supply fell from 224 million to 92 tons. And this shows a widening gap between sustainable supply and demand, which shows that if we don't take any action, in a few years we shall see no wood. Then third, we say if the current trends continue, wood available for supply could be exhausted between 2032 and 2046. And this could be delayed to 2069 under optimistic harvest scenario. That's if you adopt some other technologies for energy source at a slow speed. The increasing encroachment into protected areas threatens the country's remaining wood asset, biodiversity, and ecosystem. Then lastly, expansion of small-scale farmland is the principal driver of forest loss, particularly in woodland and tropical high forests. Although plantation forests have expanded, they remain insufficient to offset the loss of natural forest or replace the biodiversity, tourism value, ecosystem services they provide. You know, when we talk about woodland, we are limited to only look at wood forest itself, but the whole economy is integrated. We have found that we are depleting the natural wood and we are planting eucalyptus also at a slow speed. But also we know tourism is heavily dependent on wildlife which is in natural forests, like mountain climbing gorillas or tree climbing gorillas and chimpanzees. They don't live in eucalyptus or pines. They live in natural wood, which means depletion, the current trend is also affecting the performance of the tourism sector. So which shows we need to design measures how to replace this natural wood. Then recommendation, the first one is to strengthen protection and enforcement of natural forests. Here we propose enhanced monitoring, enforcement, and compliance within the central forest reserves, local forest reserves, and other protected areas to curb illegal harvesting and encroachment, particularly by expanding small-scale farmland. Small-scale farmland is eating up forests. That's what we find. Then strengthening coordination among responsible institutions and improve enforcement on land use regulations. Second, restore natural forest while expanding sustainable wood production. We say forest restoration should prioritize restocking degraded natural forest with indigenous tree species to recover biodiversity, wildlife habitats, and ecosystem services. And we also warn that commercial broad-leaved and coniferous plantation should complement, not replace, natural forests by supplying timber and reducing harvesting pressure on indigenous forests. Then third, promote agroforestry and increase productivity on existing small-scale farmland. Population is growing. The population in 1990 is not a population now. Now we are like in 48 million. The population has grown. This population needs energy to cook, and this population needs natural resources to use to survive. So which means to stop small-scale farmland from encroaching on forests, we just need to invest in productivity on the existing land for farmland to make sure they can harvest more on a small land so that they can reduce their appetite on encroaching on forests. Then, lastly, accelerate the transition to alternative energy source. We found that charcoal burning and also firewood harvesting is the main, contributes to about 80% of the wood demand in Uganda, which means if you get alternative source of energy, it would reduce the demand for harvesting our natural forests. Here we propose that we should reduce dependency on firewood and charcoal by making cleaner energy sources like LPG, electricity. Yes, we are doing something. You have seen government cylinders of electricity, the yellow cylinders, LPG, and also there's a subsidy on buying LPG from petrol station currently. And it's doing great in reducing the demand for charcoal and also demand for firewood. And we just need to intensify these interventions to make sure the transition can harvest much. And also more affordable and accessible to households, to make them accessible, and also commercial users and industry through targeted investment, incentives, and supporting infrastructure. Currently, we have a cooking tariff in Uganda. If you are buying electricity more than, I think, 80 units, you pay like a subsidized price and any additional units. And also, secondary schools and primary schools also have their, a bit reduced tariff to encourage them to move from biomass to using cleaner energy sources to reduce pressure on the harvest of the natural wood from natural forest, and also to reverse the decline path of this wood. Thank you. With this, I would like to invite the next presenter, Dr. Nicholas Kilimani. Thank you.
Thank you. So my task is to good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. So my task is really simple, to give a highlight of one of the outputs we've had under system, which was to contribute to the policy discourse on natural capital accounting. So the briefs were prepared, and all of them are in your folder. So the detail is in those briefs. There are 5. This is the 4th one. So I'll highlight the things. So for this brief, the task was for us to look at the accounting and track the progress that is being made. One of the things on a very beautiful note is when you look at natural capital accounting and its implementation, Uganda is among the countries that are really doing well, and as it does anyway, for many other things. Of course, there are those who don't know what Ugandans do. But we are among the countries that have made substantial progress in driving towards mainstreaming natural capital into macroeconomic policy. Because for the longest time, issues of economics were being looked at in the economic side, and so has been the training in many higher institutions of learning. So the people who are supposed to plan for the economy or countries are trained in such a way that they don't understand where the resources come from. Now, all resources come from the environment. If you think about it, God is wonderful, isn't he? Because the earth, the way he created it, is the one that has the resources that create all the things that we have. From the wood to the buildings to the light to everything, including the money. So it's important that so there is now increasing understanding that our wealth comes from the earth. So resources as the previous presenter spoke, have to be used in a way that is sustainable. Otherwise, if we overuse them at a particular point, point P, then the next point P plus 1, there won't be resources, or at least they won't be enough. So this is the endeavor, to account and ensure that we plan for the resource use, because there is regeneration, there is reproduction. So the use to develop the economy has to account the fact that these resources need to be replenished, so that we continue going on and on without getting into problems at some point. So when it comes to our products here, we decided to track water resources amidst the challenge of climate change. So I'll highlight the context, why the accounts matter. We looked at the trends and risks, and we also went further to show that the natural environment is interlinked. So the economy is linked to water resources and also the climate. And so in our expansion of the analysis, we also looked at the other aspects of the other accounts where water is closely linked. And so we close some issues. So the rationale and the progress of our accounting for water in Uganda is UBOS, as the custodian, started on this endeavor in 2005. This has been an ongoing effort. So starting with the pilot and the subsequent rounds of revision, because the accounts are very huge and they require data. So once you start on them for the beginning, there is a lot of effort required. That's why the UBOS started with the piloting, and now the subsequent publications of the accounts is updating and making revisions, finding gaps and finding methodologies of how to fill those gaps. So in terms of methodology, water accounting is based on the system of economic and environmental accounting, C, and specifically for the water. So that is the system for natural capital accounting is under the UN Statistics Division, the C, System of Environmental and Economic Accounting. So the C water is now the methodology for the water accounts, which is the system of economic and environmental accounting for water. So that is the methodology that we use, and the statistics offices use to curate and provide this data. So these systems of environmental and economic accounting are mirrors to the system of national accounting. The accounts that show GDP, the different sectors of the real economy. And now, so those are mirrored and merged with the environmental and economic accounting to produce now the integrated accounting that accounts for the economy, economic resources from the environment. So what is the rationale? So it's important for us to prioritize and focus on the water accounts, because Uganda is water dependent, and as is the case with other economies, but for us, because we are gifted by nature, a lot of resources and benefits that we receive and enjoy as a country are rooted in natural capital and water. So if we are water dependent, then water accounts are supposed to be used to support economic planning. And with the increasing threat of climate change, we have to track these resources to ensure that we manage risk from climate, because the resource water is affected by the changes in the behavior of the climate variables. And so now, coupled with the increasing population growth and also the rapid urbanization. So the rate of water use in the rural areas is not as much as those in urban areas. So once we see urbanization grow, that also has implications for resource use and water being at the center stage. So that is just a picture to show you where the water comes from. This is knowledge that is gotten at the early on in school, but maybe some people forget. So all the water comes from heaven. So it is the heavenly water that goes to fill the surface water resources, the rivers, the oceans, the seas, and all the other streams. And now later that heavenly water will seep into the ground to account for groundwater. And then the groundwater, a component of it, is the one that is retained at the upper levels to account for soil water, which is critical for agriculture. So, depending on how the environment is managed, the heavenly water can only be maintained if the environment is being taken care of. So you see, the forests will keep the groundwater and soil water. If you deplete the forest cover, and I'm happy the Honorable Minister is here, because she's one of those who has been pivotal in ensuring that we don't damage the environment, because this is our only place on earth to stay. We have nowhere to go. So once the environment is messed up, the retention of the water from heaven becomes compromised. So once there is heat from the environment, then there is evaporation. And the heat for the surface water and for the groundwater and also the soil water, it will eventually go up. So that is basically the hydrological cycle that can only be harnessed by having an environment that is very conducive. So, for those who may not know at this point, why should we bother ourselves with developing the water resource account? Because it's not a simple effort. It requires resources, as the Bureau will attest, the personnel, and the time. So, the water accounts are worth the effort to develop and have as a country, because they contribute to natural capital accounting and they are critical in terms of policy. So that system, the seawater for the accounts, links the water, physical water flows to economic activity through the use of the supply and use tables. So there is tables that contain the data on where the water is coming from, and also in the accounts there is data to show how the water is being used, and the water is used for economic activity. So we are able to link those economic activities to how they are using this natural resource. That's why it's important. So they integrate that source data with UBOS as the custodian, the ministries, departments, and authorities that are in line with these resources. And so, because the gaps are very huge and it's been a fresh endeavor, so there are methodologies that we use to fill those gaps. So as this becomes mainstreamed, the line agencies will be able to supply UBOS with the data so that we have a complete real data set. So that is important. So once we have them in place, they are critical for macroeconomic planning, the tool for budget allocation, NDP monitoring, the National Development Plan, climate risk planning, and sector strategies. So the line agencies that were being underfunded or were the highlights, so there are priorities that are funded, and then there are those that are non-funded. Some of these things, the Ministry of Water and Environment will use this information to ask and request for resources from the Ministry of Finance. And that's why we are glad that the Ministry of Finance is the one that is taking center stage in this endeavor of integrating natural resource accounting into macroeconomic planning. So that is the structure of how water resources move from the environment to the economy and back to the environment. So the system is that intricate, and so you're able to trace. So this figure here is derived from the supply and use tables for the physical supply and water. Physical supply and use tables for water. So this is a schema that gives you a graphic of how the water resources flow from the environment to the economy, including the different types of water, and then to the rest of the, so there is water use within the economy, there is flows, inflows, or outflows within the economy, outside the economy, to the rest of the world. And that's why there is literature that shows that in future, as these resources and economies and populations expand globally, the next future conflicts will be fought over water, natural resources, and water will be an issue. And there is already signals for that, and that's why we need to plan for our resources. So the transboundary water resource regimes have to be robust. The minister is here. So those protocols that have to be negotiated in a way that is futuristic. Some of the protocols would need revision and reflection because the economies change in terms of intensity of activity and also the availability of resources. So later we looked at the trends and risks, and so we saw the accounting picture looks like there is water abstraction and consumption. So abstraction is getting water from the different sources, and then consumption is for use in economic activity. So when we looked at the data, there is volatility. So there are year-to-year movements that are volatile. So some years there is too much use, others are less. So what does that point to? It has a planning implication. So agriculture remains a dominant water user, and also water productivity shows declines in other sectors. So more water is being used to produce output, and so that is inefficient, because the understanding is that for those who may not know that water resources we are gifted by nature, so the water is there, so we can use as much as we want. But that is now a misconception. That's why the technical units of government have to come up and guide, and that's why we mainstream this in planning within the line ministry, such that the water resource use is planned and sustainable. So you can see that surface water use, the abstraction, and precipitation are the major sources of water abstraction. Now, when climate kicks in, it means that the blue if there is, for example, a reduction in precipitation, the rainfall, it means that the green portion won't be available. Now, once the green portion is not available, it means the blue, which is surface water in the rivers and streams, will also decrease because green has reduced. And now, the recourse would be to use surface water, which is the blue, and then groundwater abstraction. So as we talk about modernizing agriculture, we are opening up channels for water use. Now, if you open up the floodgate for groundwater use and surface water through agriculture modernization, saying if there is no rainfall, we are good. We have rivers, we have lakes and groundwater. But you can't be good because all that water comes from precipitation. So if that is the case, then you have now to plan on the use. So that's why the water use efficiency comes in handy. So for now, it may appear as something that is not problematic, but as the economy grows, and also the population and the transformation of the economy through urbanization and the growth of the industrial sector, water resources become a problem. So we don't want, like Professor Simwe said, you don't want to wake up and you have a problem on your hands which you can't solve. So the earlier we plan on sustainable use of these natural resources, the better for us. So there is a higher volume of water used to produce a given level of GDP, as you see from the figure, and that in economics is inefficient. So we have to find ways of utilizing these resources efficiently. So that is, so we abstract, we get the water from the environment, that is the economic activity, and also now the supply back into the environment. So when we look at the expanded linkages between the water sector and the other sectors, what is normally the case for people to think about is water is mainly for agriculture. Of course, as we saw, is the main abstractor. But beyond agriculture, we have issues of energy, fisheries, tourism, and also the urban systems all depend on the water quality, the timing, and the ecosystem integrity. So it's very, very important to be conversant about the webbed nature of this water resource account. So climate also has a risk of, presents a risk of altering temperatures, rainfall patterns, and also a declining availability of water, which has implications for hydropower generation infrastructure and household welfare. Tourism, fisheries contribute immensely to GDP, the livelihoods. So when we look at the water accounts, it's not only the water as in its primal use, but because of its linkages to the other sectors. So the quality, quantity, and ecosystem integrity is very critical. So that is just to show you a breakdown of how accounts look like once you look at the data and the flows. From our analysis of the water accounts, what came to our conclusion in terms of issues for policy concern is the need to strengthen water accounts as a routine macro-fiscal and planning tool. So those have to be linked because water as a natural resource has those interlinkages. So if you plan for the macroeconomy without accounting for the availability and use and sustainable use of water resources, then you potentially run into risk in future. So there is, in line with that, we then need to deepen the monetary and ecosystem extensions, including those other, because fisheries, tourism, and ecosystems are separate accounts from the water, but we now have to link them closely to inform pricing of water, cost recovery of those who are abstracting, and also the decisions on investing in water infrastructure. And then finally, there is need to implement key institutional actions, such as having a scheduled release of these accounts, so the line ministries and agencies see what is happening. They get to do their task in terms of updating this data, because this is an ongoing and almost a constant thing, so that the revisions are undertaken, and then linking the water accounts to climate risk, and then also, once the data is available, then you use the accounts for economy-wide modeling. So this is pretty much it. There is a lot of detail that we could talk about, but what is critical is that for economic sustainability, accounting for natural resource use, utilization in a way that there is sustainability is the only way we will secure a future. What we don't want to run into are problems of resource depletion. So this is a concerted effort where line ministries, institutions, and the academia have to work together to develop a web of evidence-based decision-making on natural resource use. I thank you very much.
Members in the room and those online, we now have a fair understanding, right, of the policy briefs that the Honorable Minister is scheduled to launch in a few minutes from now. Let us give our presenters and the entire technical team a befitting hand clap. Yes, the policy briefs are aligned with the research-led agenda of Makerere University. We are now getting into the official launch of the policy briefs. Online, permit me to recognize briefly participants from Sierra Leone, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, and Cote d'Ivoire. They are following online. We are also honored to have the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. Some members are also following online. And also the Pan-African Forum for Finance Ministers for Climate Action. Now that is PAFCA. We are glad that physically present here at Makerere University main building senior common room, PAFCA is represented by two members of the Secretariat, Mr. Emmanuel Kibondo. Are you in the room? Okay. Online, yes. And then physically, we have Mr. Alfred Luhambisa. Thank you very much. That is PAFCA. And then, members, let us put our hands together for the Gates Foundation. They have supported and funded the policy briefs. And to these partners, the Gates Foundation, GGI, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, DANIDA, National Planning Authority, Makerere University, College of Business and Management Sciences, Makerere University Office of the Vice Chancellor, CISM, that is the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling, and two ministries, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the Ministry of Water and Environment for this particular occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going to happen is we are going to go into the official launch by the Honorable Minister. Then after the official launch of the policy briefs, we will proceed with the panel discussion. So our chief guest, if you all recall in the invitations, is the Minister of Water and Environment, that is Honorable Kahinda Otafire, represented ably in this room at Makerere University Main Building Senior Common Room by Honorable Beatrice Anywa, the Minister of State for Environment. Now, in line with, yes, thank you. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. So permit me to request, in terms of the Makerere University protocol, when the Vice Chancellor was heading to another event, he requested Professor Edward Bale to act in his place. Professor Edward Bale is the Principal, College of Business and Management Sciences at Makerere University, and also the Director, CISM, and a member of the Makerere University top management. Professor Edward Bale, kindly come and use maybe 2 sentences to befittingly, in your position now as Acting Vice Chancellor, to welcome the Honorable Minister to speak to us. Thank you.
Now, in the interest of time, on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, I want to take this singular honor and privilege to very humbly invite our Minister, Honorable Beatrice Anywa, to come and address us. And also, the media team is going to guide on how we are going to launch. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, hopefully. Hopefully I'm audible. It's a pleasure to be here, and more so in the field and associates of what I like most, talking about the environment. So I'm always humbled whenever I come to associate. I look at my colleagues, those ones struggling. Tenure is also quiet here. And really, I feel good that I still have my partners out there. I'm here to represent my senior minister, and I don't want to talk about what I would have talked my own behalf. I'm representing my senior minister, the Minister of Water and Environment, retired Major General Kahinda Otafire, who is also committed with other assignments. So I'll do that, but I really want to appreciate these arrangements. As I was seated, I was told to be here by midday, but I said, let me be here an hour before so that I could listen to other participants and presentations. And indeed, I have benefited from those who have presented. And hopefully, this information doesn't remain only in this room, but goes out there so that we make good use of it. And I really want to appreciate the presenters, maybe those who also had presented earlier. Really, these are really issues. And I was saying, oh, I think that date, 12 April 2007, when we stood up and said, a natural resource cannot just be turned into a grassland. When we did the cost analysis of what is the value of Mabira forest in its natural term vis-a-vis the sugarcane, I think we did not make a mistake. Ugandans, let's thank ourselves for that. Because I just want to think we are building on what other efforts have been made. And now we are seeing actually value. It's no longer a tree. We are looking at money. We are looking at livelihood. We are looking at the economy. And this, I think, my mind is clear that I think for the first time we shall accelerate the protection of our natural resource, because we are talking in terms of value, in terms of money. Because other people used to think wetlands, oh, those ones are God-given, as the last presenter was saying, everything comes from heaven. So it was given for human beings to use. But we are so not supposed to have misused it. We must have used it well to give us life. So I think this is now the real gist and proper footing and argument for us to say every tree does not deserve to be cut down. Don't buy so much of sustainability. And I think my president, His Excellency the President, has now also moved away from that. Because when we say sustainability, there are people who are indisciplined. Once they step into the forest, the appetite rises. The issue of economy, money, makes them derail. So we need to be a bit careful. And I want also to confirm that NEMA is an agency in my Ministry of Water and Environment. NEMA is not an autonomous agency on its own. So whatever NEMA is doing on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment. And I directly supervise them. So I'm happy that they're also here. So without much ado, allow me to address you as having been delegated by my senior minister. And I will stick on what he had wanted me to say. What I said earlier was mine, Mama Mabira just. Honorable ministers, I think those who, I don't know whether they came earlier or they are coming, but we expected to have had a minister here from finance. The excellencies, the ambassadors, if they were there or they're still here. I don't know whether we still have members of parliament in our midst. I would want to address you as such. Permanent secretaries, heads of agencies, development partners, our academia, especially the leadership of Makerere University, the private sector, civil society, government officials, the fourth estate, government, our media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good afternoon. On behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, I'm humbled to be part of the launch and dissemination of the policy brief and update of the Uganda'S natural capital accounts. It is a great honor to stand before you today as a chief guest during the launch and update of the Uganda natural capital accounts and disseminate the accompanying policy briefs. And I take this opportunity to thank everyone here in your respective capacities for gracing this event. Today, we are not just launching a report, but we are launching a new way of seeing, planning, and managing Uganda'S development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you would ask yourself, why does it matter now? It has been too long. We have measured our progress only in shillings and GDP. That is what we are looking at. But the GDP does not tell us if our forests, water sources, wetlands, and so on are shrinking. It does not tell us if our forests can still hold our waters. It doesn't tell us if our soil will still feed the next generation. Uganda is blessed with the natural capital water, forests, wetlands, minerals, biodiversity, fertile soils, and so on. This capital employs over 70% of our population and powers our hydro power. It feeds into our tourism and buffers us against the droughts and the threatening floods. But when we degrade this capital, we are not just losing trees, wetlands, water, or soils. We are actually losing wealth. We are losing jobs for our children and resilience. And that cost never shows up in the budget books unless we account for it. And we are starting to account for it. This is what natural capital accounting does. It puts nature on the balance sheet. I used to do elementary accounting, balancing the sheet. I didn't know that even now the natural resource can now be on the balance sheet. So, that is what natural capital accounting does. It puts that on the balance sheet. But ladies and gentlemen, what the update tells us right now, and the updated accounts, because at the end of the financial year, you need to check the balance sheet. So as we are beginning, we must also know the balance carried forward. Now we are starting. What does it tell us? The updated account released today gives us some 3 critical insights. There's one, this is evidence-based. We now have actually better data on the extent and condition and value of our forest, water, wetlands, and land. It has been given to us by our presenters. This tells us where we are winning and where we are losing. Excuse me. We are shown the scale, either it was sliding or rising. We have now that. We are no longer going to operate in ignorance. We have figures. We have facts. Now, the question is, what are you going to do with that data? The trade-off here, the policy briefs show how decisions in water, forestry, land, agriculture, energy, infrastructure, and urbanization affect our natural assets. Development and conservation do not have to be in conflict. I might be forced to repeat that. That development and conservation do not have to be in conflict. This one should concern us most. I used to know of a proverb that when two elephants fight, who suffers? You and me, we are grass. Let's place ourselves there. But we must make informed choices. We must survive between these two elephants. What are the chances of surviving? What are options do we have? What opportunities do we have? We are supposed to make choices so that the grass survives. By valuing ecosystem services like water purification by wetlands, and His Excellency has been talking about these wetlands as a granary, dero in my language. Friends, I want to really emphasize this. Floods will be minimized if they had somewhere to go and settle and wait. Our water sources will be less costly. National Water will not be spending so much money drawing water which is not purified, because the wetland is a purifying, natural, God-given. We don't even need to use a sieve or something. No, natural. Or pollution. The technology, you academians, you scientists, technology has come up, but that technology has its side effect. Naturally, God put in place its technology, or her, I don't know whether his or hers, God is technology. It did not have much side effects. But today's technology has side effects. The vehicles we want to drive are polluting the environment. The industrialization we are going into is polluting the environment. We must have a stabilizer. God knew this, balanced the equation, balanced His balance sheet, but for us we have destabilized it. So the balance sheet is tilted like this. So we need those forests to help us calm down some of this pollution. We can design better investments, payments of ecosystem services, green bonds, and nature-based solutions become possible when we measure them. I also like one of the presenters, and I think this conversation had started much earlier, where we have been moving. We normally go to COPs, and we talk about carbon credit and the rest of it. It's very difficult for you to sell or talk about selling what you don't know. What are we selling? What are we negotiating? For me, this is something which I'm very happy with, that we have put value to what we own as a country, as a continent. What are we going to trade off? Is what we have valued. In monetary terms, people talk about carbon credit. I think even when I sit in cabinet, some colleagues of mine say, but what is this carbon credit business? It is something new in people's mind. I think you academians, you need to help us simplify it, let our people understand this. And we put and value the value we have and be proud with. If you have fattened your cow very well, yeah, you can now judge that my cow is going to cost this. I cannot just say, go to the market that I have some cows. So this is now the beginning of real business. You empower some of us who go into national meetings to talk with authority, not only data, but value And it's not simple value. I remember when we were one of those COPs, I represented my president. And we were trying to negotiate how do these industrialized countries help we who are developing commit to conserving the environment. And it's like we are begging for money. And I said, look, I don't think Africa, we are beggars. I don't think my country, we are begging for this money. We have literally been donating free services from our natural resource to the world. Free, to purify the dirt. And if we're asking about $100 million, whatever, it's just a drop in an ocean. And I remember I was by then with President Uhuru, and I said, it's high time we go back. Let's value what we have, cost it, and then let these people pay for the what? For our services. We write off the bad debt. They have used it. But this one, next, from now, from the generation, they must pay for it. So we are not begging for it, for the money, but let them come and pay for this service. That's where I feel quite comfortable. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have to transit from accounts to action, though. Because if we move with our papers here, you know, not so much from the central, but I like using proverbs here. About kuju kuju. There are some people who want to be smarter. Even what you have researched, they can steal it, take it across, remodel it, and say it is their own idea. So let's remove our hard-earned knowledge, researched information and data, and move into action. Protect it and put in action. So what must be done then? We need to integrate into planning and budgeting. As a government official, this issue starts with us. I want to say we shall start from up there. We need to empower our people with this data so that we put it into our planning as a government, include it in our balance sheet so that it is budgeted for. And indeed, it's good you called the Ministry of Finance. We have been not knowing there's money. You know, we run around the world looking for money. Loans. We have our money here. And when I talk, it's like a lonely voice. Now let's talk with this data that we have our money. Let's go for it. If we are going for loans, it's not loans. We go and sell what we have. Let's go and sell it and get that money to reduce on the loan burdens. So, ministries, local governments, and private sector must use these accounts in NDP for sector plans and project appraisals. Let us ask, what is the impact on the natural capital? This will strengthen policies and enforcement. The briefs provide clear recommendations, including on water resources, management, land management, forest resources, energy resources, and wetlands. Let us align our laws and budget to these priorities. Where I sit in government, I promise to champion this because I'm now empowered. We need also to build partnership. Government cannot do this alone, as you all know. We need the Uganda'S, our ministry, finance, academia, civil society, and development partners to keep updating the accounts and translating them into decisions. So let's keep this information very safe, Professor. Aboru Kuju should not be coming to take them, because my worry is we are weighing our natural resources with money. So when they come with it and dingle it around, then we give away our information. Please, let's protect. This is our heritage. This is for the future of the children you have been mentioning around. We shall soon go, but leave them with what? Protect that. So, we also need to communicate to our people, the beneficiaries. We are laboring here because we need the whole country of Uganda to enjoy the God-given natural resources. Friends, when I move out there, I've always told people, in fact, if I stayed outside the country for more than 1 week, I'm homesick. I don't think there's any better country than Uganda. I tell you, I've moved around the world. But Ugandans don't know that they have God-given country that they must jealously defend and protect. Where do you get matoke, you guys? You go out and you see how the plastic rice will just bore you stiff. But here we have a whole range. The environment is so conducive. We breathe fresh air. People are all smiling around you. Others are too busy for the neighbor. Please, let's protect God-given natural resource and this country called Uganda. So we must communicate to our people out there, up to the village level. These are the owners of these natural resources. Actually, our natives, they protected our environment more than we, the enlightened ones. So this also should be communicated to them. Translate it that, thank you for protecting our natural resource. But do you know that you are sitting on gold? We call the gold the minerals underneath. You first cut off this one because you are looking for the one underneath. We are sitting on gold. Let's communicate to our people, and once they know it is gold for them, not only on paper, as we said earlier, we must ensure that they also understand. And we as government, we must also make sure that this account, this natural resource worth, the people feel it. Then it can be sustained. We don't need to put police there. People will rise up and say, don't cut this tree. The old people used to do this. I don't know what happened. For me, I grew up in the village. People used not to cut trees. Why? My mother, who never studied, my grandmother, when you cut a tree, where there's a well, the well will dry. Don't destroy that anthill. Huh? Now the water banks, people knew. The forest cover, we didn't have the markstones. We didn't have even titles. But our local people knew that from there, don't go there. Actually, even to use scare, I say, there are ghosts, or what? Small gods. So that people don't go there. So let these people of ours know that the gold they have been protecting for a while, let them keep on. And for us as government, we shall ensure that the funds from this balance sheet of ours must go to them. Then we shall reduce on the police running around with people. It is the people who will tell them, don't come here. Then they understand why protecting a wetland and the forest, it is a source of their livelihood. It's a protection of the water source. I want to appreciate all these interventions. Uganda has committed to the SDGs, to the Global Biodiversity Framework, and to the right to a clean and healthy, sustainable environment. Natural capital accounting is how we deliver on those promises with transparency and accountability. To the Gate Foundation, Global Green Growth Institute, and the Center of Excellence for Africa, Climate-Sensitive Microeconomic Modeling, your support enabled the update of the Uganda Natural Capital Accounts and preparation of the accompanying policy briefs. I really want to thank you, and let's all clap for these people for supporting us. To the Ministry of Finance and Planning and Economic Development, my ministry, NPM, UBOS, NEMA, and all development partners who produced updated natural capital accounts and the policy brief, also thank you. We want your work turns data into decision, and we are going to make good use of that data you have produced to make good decision that earns happiness, not sadness, to our people. To all of us who are seated here, ladies and gentlemen, let us leave this workshop with a commitment that the next time we approve a project, allocate a budget, plan for a city, we will ask one more question. What happens to our natural capital? That's a hard question. It's before they open their eyes, they have cut a tree, just for charcoal. The shea nut trees are finished. In northern Uganda, I saw the presentation. Is it worth? The professor was saying, modern women don't need to go for firewood. Just need to switch on. My little girls. But at what cost? You see, it is not all about translating them into modernity. What is their mindset? What is their mindset? If we worked on the mindset, our people will need no policing. Self-regulation. Self. So our modern ladies, we shall provide that switching on, but we need the mindset to be changed. Because you can also misuse those ones. I remember when the fridge issue came in, all the rotten fridges in Katwe, people were buying them. Just to show modernity. Even I think, I'm also a student, I was a student here. All the campuses in a small room, that one from Katwe was 100, 150, 200. But after using it, where do you dump it? It has now become a what? A problem. So modernity must be balanced. The richest thing is nature-based solutions are always the best. It is now my singular honor, as I'm about to conclude, to go to the next guided activity that is launching officially the update of the Uganda Natural Capital Accounts and disseminate the policy briefs. May this work guide us towards a Uganda that is prosperous, resilient, and green for generations to come. For God and my country.
Honorable Minister, you're going to launch in an environment-friendly way, and that is going to, the people managing the screen, yes, there we are. So, Honorable Minister, the environment-friendly way is you pointing, I think, there.
Yes.
Is that better?
Yeah.
The people taking photos and the live stream team.
This is the real thing now.
Honorable Minister, they are requesting. Members, digital launching is a bit, we will catch up, yes. Yes. So, season policy briefs, and the policy briefs have been listed. So, Honorable
Already spoken. You didn't hear me? So that one I have officially launched. Secondly, I'm humbled to launch again the second policy brief, integrating natural capital into development planning in Uganda in insights from the ecosystem services and asset accounts 1990 to 2013. 15. I officially launch. Thirdly, I'm also happy to launch the policy brief of leveraging land, natural capital to drive Ugandan's sustainable and inclusive growth. I officially launch it too. Fourthly, I also am happy to launch policy brief, national water accounts development, tracing Ugandans' progress amidst climate change. This one is mine. I officially also launch, and I'm going to implement it. Lastly, I'm also happy to launch the policy brief of Ugandans' wood stock on declining pathway to extinction, a call for policy review and action without cutting more trees. I launch officially.
You're done? Live stream team, please. Are you done? Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the official launch. Ladies and gentlemen, you may wish to clap. Our policy briefs have been officially launched by the Honorable Minister of Water and Environment, that is Honorable Kahinda Otafire, officially represented by Honorable Beatrice Anywa, the Minister of State for Environment. Congratulations. How? Available. The policy briefs have been uploaded on the market.
Online, please make sure that they reach those intended decision makers. And especially Parliament, I'm rushed now going to Parliament, so that they are also brought on board. If you can deliberately, though you know when you put such things in documents, we are not all academicians, it might remain there, but do our part, let's send it so that we have it. I'll be very grateful. And including cabinet, I want to say that this something is talked about this when we reach there.
Wow,
thank you very much.
That's lovely. Yes, members, we've distributed the scan for a policy brief, right, on your respective tables. When you scan, it will lead you to Makerere University College of Business and Management Sciences website, and that's where all the policy briefs have been uploaded. Thank you very much. And please take the advice of the Honorable Minister, disseminate the policy brief. Thank you for God and my country. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for being with us. Dear participants, the ones physically present and those online, our function continues. We are now getting into the panel discussion. Panel discussion, and after the panel discussion, we will deserve a sumptuous lunch. So, okay, members, in a minute, those who are physically present in the room, kindly turn to the person seated next to you. Let the person tell you in a sentence what they have benefited so far from the launch and the dissemination of the policy briefs. In a sentence, members, don't use paragraphs, only a sentence. That also applies to the online participants. Is that still a sentence, or there are now two sentences? The live stream team, could you please display the policy briefs? That other picture which the Honorable Minister has used to launch. On the screen, kindly let us get that picture so that people, members, those are the policy briefs. You could even, in a sentence, tell the person seated next to you which one appeals to you most. And also, just to remind you, we said on the respective tables, we have Scan Me for a policy brief. This leads you to Makerere University College of Business and Management Sciences website. And all the policy briefs have been uploaded on the Makerere University College of Business and Management Sciences website. Why? Because CISM is under the College of Business and Management Sciences. Members, in line with our program, it's now time for the panel discussion. And the chairperson of the panel is Professor Edward Bale. I'm going to invite him to the stage, and then he will ably invite and introduce the panelists. The seats are set here, so the respective panelists will occupy these seats. Panel discussion, oh yeah? Okay, could we rise for our health? We've been seated. Yes, do you feel your blood flowing to the right arteries? Okay, then kindly take your seats. Professor Edward Bale, you're welcome. You will invite and introduce your panelists.
Thank you very much, MC and the colleagues. I appreciate you very much for the endurance, for perseverance, and being with us until now. Allow me to really appreciate our colleagues online, our members of PAFCA, colleagues from Sierra Leone, particularly Emmanuel, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, and Cote d'Ivoire. And also Dr. Sam from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Thank you very much for being with us. For today's panel, I have very great panelists. The first one is Dr. Ronald Kagwa, who is a manager production, trade, and tourism planning at the National Planning Authority. Kindly join me to welcome Dr. Kagwa to the floor. The second one is Mr. Nathan Mununuzi, Senior Environmental Officer, Minister of Water and Environment. The third one is third is Mr. Wilson Asimwe, Senior Economic Modeler at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The fourth one is Mr. Kamgisha Godwin, representing the ED of NEMA, but is an Assistant Commissioner, Strategic Planning and Partnerships at NEMA. You are most welcome, Godwin. And lastly, number 5 is our own Dr. Peter Bavienda, lecturer, School of Economics, policy engagement coordinator at COBAMS, but also is a policy engagement specialist at the Inclusive Green Economy program. Honorable Minister and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my panel, following the very inspiring presentations and the wonderful launch of the important policy briefs, we now turn to what is perhaps most important, and I would encourage everybody to be very active and alert in today's program. Today we have not merely launched the 5 policy briefs, we have launched a new way of thinking about Uganda's development. The water accounts, the ecosystem services and asset accounts, land accounts, energy accounts, and wood stock accounts remind us of the Uganda's forests, wetlands, rivers, soils, biodiversity, and energy resources are not simply environmental assets. They are productive assets that sustain livelihoods, food security, industrialization, climate resilience, and long-term economic growth. These natural capital accounts provide a powerful evidence base for integrating natural wealth into national planning, budgeting, investment decisions, and sustainable development. However, evidence by itself does not change policy. Research must inform planning, and that's why Dr. Kagwa is here. He's from the Planning Authority. But planning must also influence budgeting. We have the Minister of Finance. Budgeting must also drive implementation. We have the ministry, we have the line agencies, we have NEMA, to make sure that the implementation goes on. But from the research angle, Dr. Bavienda is well positioned to talk about this. And also, implementation must ultimately improve lives of our people while safeguarding the natural resources upon which the future generations must depend. And so we are, as the Center of Excellence at Makerere University, we are well positioned to be a regional center for research, capacity building, and policy dialogues, and that's why this one is important. For all of us, the overarching question is, how can Uganda move from measuring its natural capital to managing it as a strategic asset for sustainable economic transformation? I want to encourage our panelists not only to respond to the perspectives of their respective institutions, but also engage with one another's ideas so that together we can identify the practical actions that strengthen the link between evidence and policy. And so just like I started, I will start with ourselves, the academia. Dr. Peter Bovienda, I'll bring to you two questions. The first one is, why should policymakers, but also indeed ordinary Ugandans, care about natural capital accounting? And the second is, how is Makerere University therefore helping to bridge the gap between academic research and public policy related to these aspects? Peter?
Thank you so much, Chair, and the audience and colleagues here. Thank you for the question. Why should we be concerned about the natural capital accounting or natural capital assets? One is our country, Uganda, is blessed, is well endowed with the natural capital, a number of forests, land, wetland, water, a number of lakes. And unlike some countries where Uganda, you find they have a lake, and that lake is dead. Even a snake cannot be in that water. I know some of you now, here you may not think of that situation, that you have a lake and there is nothing in that lake. We have actually one here in Naivasha, around Naivasha there is a dead lake. Nothing can be there. You cannot use that water, but for us we are lucky, we have our freshwater lakes, rivers, we have our forests, we have wetlands, land itself. So we need to mind about what we have. And then the question comes, why should they say we are poor yet we have those resources? So we think that by doing natural capital accounting, we can put monetary value on those assets, and then we know so that they are able to contribute to our traditional GDP measures, specifically GDP. But also, the GDP does not, in its current form, consider the depletion, the degradation, the reclamation of wetlands, and all that. So, which makes it hard for us to restore, but also protect. So if we get concerned, then we shall be able to find ways of having these captured in our statistics and our reports. So, and once we know the value of the assets, then it becomes easy for us to guide the investments, which investments, how much money do we need to protect Mavida, to restore Mavida, how much money do we need to invest in cleaning water, which will help to promote sustainability of these resources, but also enable us to do evidence-based. Nowadays, Ministry of Finance in its development committee requires you to have a project profile, and you have to justify whatever you are doing, be able to come up with cash flows and all that. So you cannot do that if you don't have the values, which you can do through natural capital accounting. So through evidence-based decision making, but also policy, you're able to know once we do this, for example, if we plant this amount of forest, then we shall be able to increase our forest cover by this, green cover, but also this amount of carbon will be consecrated. So caring about natural capital, one who shall know the value, two shall be able to protect it, but also carry out evidence-based policy, budgeting, investment decisions, but also policies themselves that are a key. Coming to the second question that you have asked me, how Makerere University is trying to do this. Of course, first of all, following the strategic plan that we are following that makes Makerere University to be a research-led. So we we are actively engaged in policy relevant, not only just carrying research that remains on shelves. We have published in Q1 journal and all that. So we are not stopping there, but policy research. And we are doing this nowadays with collaborations with the relevant entities. If we are doing something in energy, you'll find there is a member from the energy, Minister of Energy and Human Development, who is part of the team. If you are doing something on water, we have someone from the ministry, but also national water. If you are doing something on forestry, we used to have people from National Forest Authority, and now we have a whole department of forest management in the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Okay.
So,
Peter, now that you have, I think, ably talked about the research, can you also tie that one with the capacity building? What are you doing in the capacity building arm in relation to climate and natural capital accounting?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So also in addition to that, so not only research, but also doing capacity building, and we have tailored capacity building, and I'll just come direct to our college, the College of Business Management Sciences, where we have a number of centers, one of course being the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate Sensitive Macroeconomic Modeling, where we are mainly training policymakers in integrating nature into macroeconomic modeling, fiscal budgeting, and this is a tailored short course, targeting these policymakers so that they are able. And we start from valuing and also guide them on how to do that. We have also been doing training in the inclusive green economy. How do we come up with a policy that is inclusive? So not just coming up with a policy, but a policy without inclusive, without leaving anyone behind, and we have been doing that. Then coming to our Center of Excellence in Public Investment Management, PIMS, also still targeting policymakers largely from public institutions on how to do analysis of projects, feasibility studies, cash flows, whether this project will be able, how to find present value and all that. So we have also done some surveys.
Thank you very much. Maybe the audience will be more interested if, they come with a specific question to you. But now to Nema, Peter has talked about the university is committed to producing new evidence, but also the ministry that you serve under is also coming up with the regulations, and yourself and at NEMA. But despite that, we see that the environmental degradation is still worrying. And so my question is, what can we do better to translate the new evidence or the new policies into favorable environmental outcomes?
Thank you very much, Professor. That's a good question. You see, NEMA derives its mandate from the National Environment Act, which is CAP 181. Now, CAP 181 derives its mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Now, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda gives every citizen of Uganda a right to a clean and decent and healthy environment. Now, the same constitution that gives a right, it's the same constitution that bestows a responsibility onto the citizen of Uganda to ensure that the citizen himself actually maintains a clean and healthy environment, including the responsibility actually to inform the responsible authorities on the degradation of the environment. So when now I go ahead to the current laws which include, of course, the National Environment Act. What is it that can be done to ensure their effectiveness? The laws we do have, actually, Professor, the National Environment Act itself was voted the best environment policy in the whole world. So what is it that we can do within the context of the current law to ensure that enforcement and environment policies and regulations thereof are effectively implemented? The first thing is to strengthen the institutions themselves. You have an entity like NEMA. Sometimes we are limited by our own capacity. So strengthen within the laws, within the current laws, strengthen the current institutions. Right now, our funding, for example, as NEMA, is around 49.9 billion, which is only 22% of our optimal funding. Now, the good thing, you are an economist, you know optimal. In optimality, it means we are utilizing resources very well. We are just funded 22%. Now, staffing, we are having a structure of around 500 staff, but we have only around 289. And in the 289, we involve everyone, including the person, you know, the cleaner and the like. So strengthening an institution like NEMA. NEMA has put up its own interventions. For example, rolling out regional offices. We have a regional office in Mbarara, we have a regional office in Mbale, we have a regional office in Guru, we have a regional office in the Albertine Graben. Now, these, which have been established within the mandate of NEMA and within the law, are ensuring that NEMA is on ground, are coordinating district local governments to ensure effective implementation of the laws of the Republic of Uganda, which includes enforcement. The other one is strengthening lead agencies. Now, if you look at the mandate of NEMA, you know, most people do not understand what NEMA actually does. When you go somewhere, they say NEMA, wetlands, NEMA, you know. So NEMA is responsible for monitoring, supervision, coordination, and regulation of all aspects of the environment. Now, in the coordination aspect, we have what we call lead agencies. A lead agency is a government entity responsible for a certain aspect of the environment. For example, when you go to forests, we have Ministry of Water and Environment. Of course, previously it was the National Forest, the NFA, National Forest Authority. When you go to wetlands, we have the Wetlands Department. When you go to water, we have the water. So every entity of every aspect of the environment has someone to manage it. If you went to clean air, because air is very important, the respective municipalities and local governments are responsible for managing that aspect. So strengthen those ones which are responsible for the particular aspects of the environment. Strengthen local governments. Right now, funding, you will be surprised if you went to local government and you find the annual funding for environment management is less than 25 million for the whole year. And that is someone who's managing the water in the area, the wetlands in the area, the noise pollution in the area, you know. So strengthen the lead agencies. Come to energy. Ministry of Energy is responsible for the energy aspect. But you see, there is the environment component under energy. So strengthen that environment aspect under energy. The other one is resource allocation. If you look at the entire budget of the Republic of Uganda, less than 1% is allocated to environment management. The good thing we have Mr. Kagwa, my senior here, he has made natural capital an integral part of the National Development Plan. But as you chronologically brought it, planning should lead to budget allocation. And we have finance here. I hope that since Mr. Kagwa has a plan for natural capital within the National Development Plan, we shall see those resources come. And once those resources come, you will definitely see an impact. Enforcement will be at its best, and the citizen will enjoy a clean and healthy environment.
I think you have really done justice to that, but I wanted to hear from you how can the natural capital accounts that we have discussed today strengthen your mandate of environmental regulation, ASIAs, and the compliance and monitoring? In one sentence.
Thank you very much. Now, you literally cannot manage what you can't measure. If we are managing the environment, what is it that we are measuring? Now, if we know, because natural capital is basically telling us the stock, the flow, and what we are deriving from that. So if we know what we have, it helps us in laying baseline information. So as you know, Professor, we do what we call environment and social impact assessments. Now, from the environment and social impact assessments, once we issue a certificate, we give you conditions that you should comply with. Now, those conditions that we give you to comply with are the same conditions we monitor as you implement a project. But before we give you those conditions, we do what we call baseline verifications. Now, in baseline verifications, we have baseline information. Now, natural capital will tell us from the start, before you implement a certain project, if it's a hydropower dam, if it's a road, there was this. If it's amount of water, there was this. If it was the forest cover, there was this. Now, because there was this, how much can we trade for you to have a public infrastructure developed? And therefore, what is it that you can put in place to ensure you don't deviate from the original? So natural capital helps us understand what is on ground, how can we ensure it's sustainably used, sustainably maintained, and then as we do the monitoring that comes through, we know how can you not deviate from the principle.
Oh, yeah, I go now to your line ministry, Minister of Water and Environment. Nathan, how will your ministry use these natural capital accounts to shape future policy? But also, as you answer that, what additional natural capital indicators or information would strengthen policy decisions, in your opinion? Are there some things that are left out that would help you in coming up with the appropriate policy?
Thank you, moderator. As has been mentioned by my minister, these are our accounts. I must say we want to own them. For the reason that we have for a long time been talking about the science around this natural capital, and we have not gotten the attention we needed. Because when we talk of the value of trees, and you are talking about carbon sequestration, you're talking of climate modification, it is less appreciated. But if converted into economic terms, as you get to know, if you destroy, how much you're going to lose, and if you conserve, how much you're going to gain, I think we shall get on the same table with the decision of the 5 policy briefs. Of course, I see other resources that are missing. The wetlands, which are key. We have our rivers and lakes, which are equally being damaged, although these are water resources, as already been mentioned. But I think the start is not bad. We do anticipate that the different stakeholders will come on board, and we shall be able to move faster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I now come to the National Planning Authority. Dr. Kagwa. Maybe this question has already been answered, but how can these accounts be institutionalized within the NDP implementation and future planning? And the two, how can natural capital accounting support the Uganda's 10-fold growth strategy sustainably? I wanted you to marry those two. NDP is your piece of cake, but also the 10-fold, along those lines.
The enforcement, efforts. The values of the natural resources, which these accounts provide, versus the constructions that have been made on the land. You compare the values of the two. Then these accounts give us the natural, resource values. And then when NEMA destroys a building, the natural resources are worth more than the building that has been destroyed. So they give us a trade-off analysis. They inform that trade-off and the justification for demolitions of buildings. Because these surely natural resources have got higher values and those structures which are there. Further still, these resources, inform regulations, environmental levies. There is a levy on second-hand vehicles. The pollution levels, inform what the percentage that you need to charge. There is a levy of 35% on all second-hand clothes because they're also dangerous to our environment. Chair, to go to your question, institutionalization of natural capital accounting. Chair, I want to observe that we are moving very well in institutionalizing natural capital accounting. Institutions are recognizing the importance of natural capital accounting. I've been in this area for many years. But UBOS at one time did not really take this as one of their mandates. I recall in 2003, there was a lady, I told her, please wear environmental accounts. She told me, environment is the social, they are contained in the social accounts, which is not true. So there is greater recognition of these accounts, and institutions are putting them in their mandates. The Ministry of Finance, and my colleague Wilson is here, I'm very impressed that Ministry of Finance is now taking it as a responsibility. It was, in those days, was not really common to find somebody making a presentation like he did on natural capital accounting. That's great appreciation of this, the need for green growth, and champions are emerging in sectors. Natural capital accounting champions are emerging in different sectors, and even the civil society organizations are also coming in. So this creates sustainability. Even the university is now coming up. The academia is, giving us the policy-related, research. So institutionalization here is building up, and that we are very, very happy about that. Chair, your second question was, how does this account facilitate the 10 growth strategy? Professor, I want us to recognize that if the 10 growth strategy is to lift Ugandans out of poverty and to realize our vision by 2040, the GDP growth will be very high if everything goes very well. But there's also a risk or threat of overusing the natural resources, degrading them. Now these accounts, generate the credible evidence to ensure that we use resources efficiently. Resource usage efficiency, Dr. Hegman here talked about using water efficiently. So these accounts lead us to energy efficiency, water use efficiency, material use efficiency, and minimizing waste generation, because we know the cost of pollution and the pollution levels. These accounts also improve the fiscal policy. Maybe my colleague Wilson will talk about them. But we need taxes, pollution taxes. They generate revenue, but also there is a way of they contribute to the NDP 4 as well as the strategy, 10-fold growth strategy. And lastly, Chair, from a planning perspective, these accounts give us tools for monitoring the NDP 4 and the 10 growth strategy. They give us the extent. We have the extent of degradation, the size of the natural resource, but also the condition of the natural resource. For example, in terms of extent, what is the remaining forest cover that we have? That is an indicator which this evidence feeds into. What's the wetland cover? That is extent. But also there is the condition. What is the health of the soils, the quality of the soils? So these are very, very critical, and these accounts provide them. And these are critical evidence that informs decision making, informs formulation of instruments to manage these challenges. Of course, projects and investment decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really good. And now we come to finance. Wilson, how can these accounts that we have really presented today, how can they influence budgeting and public investment? And the other one is what fiscal incentives can encourage sustainable natural resource management?
Chair, thank you. First, I'll begin by building on the case delivered by my colleagues. And as you are aware that in the recent times, that's like 5 years ago up to now, natural capital assets is transitioning from becoming an environmental issue and becoming an economic problem, and specifically a fiscal problem. Every year, the Ministry of Finance publishes a fiscal risk statement, and this statement we assess the risks which may deviate the budget which we have, the Minister has read from the targets we have set. And increasingly every year, climate issues are becoming a main source of fiscal risk to the budget of Uganda. Meaning something we didn't budget for and a disaster hits, like now we have a drought. Sometimes we have a floods and it washes away bridge, gardens, a storm or maybe destroy gardens. And the government has to come in with the resources which were not budgeted for, which means distorting the budget or borrowing more money. And that impacts on our debt sustainability path. And with that, that means we are changing from cutting a tree, increasing GDP, to cutting a tree reduces GDP. And that's why every year we publish an adjusted macroeconomic indicator report every year, which looks at the aggregates which we have estimated, as we have always done, and we discount that part which is coming from depletion or destruction of the assets we have. Now, coming to the question, one approach of using these accounts to influence national budgeting and public investment decision is moving beyond GDP and move towards also the contribution or the drivers of this GDP. One of the drivers of this GDP is, let's say we have sectors in GDP. We have forestry, we have, let's say, fisheries, minerals, and others from ecosystems, like we talk about tourism. But all these exist because natural capital assets are existing, and the more they are depleted, the more the output we get from these also gets depleted. You have seen now in the last 5 years, the police allocation and military allocation to fisheries, to lakes, has increased, largely because the harvest rate has been higher than the regeneration rate. And if that is done, if it's not done to other components of natural capital assets, then we are facing depletion. As we presented earlier, we saw the wood stock is moving down very fast, which means it's likely to constrain our growth in the few years to come. Then the other one is prioritization over the investment. Identifying areas which are facing depletion and finding a way how interventions can be done. I'll give an example. When you come or look for finances without evidence-based, it's very, very hard to be able to get financing, especially from government, because there are other competing objectives and other competing priorities. One, having evidence-based is key. For instance, let's look at ATMs. That is agro-processing, tourism, mineral development, and science and technology and innovation. Now, when you invest more in agro-processing, for example, let's use tea sector, and it's one of the main foreign exchange earner for the economy. it will increase demand for wood for curing this tea. An increased demand for wood will deplete the forests, or will use more wood from the forests. And also other sectors, when you invest in construction, still there is demand for wood and also demand for water. This means that there is a strong support which comes from natural capital assets to the development agenda. And also once as more wood is depleted, it goes beyond agro-processing. We saw earlier this morning that natural wood is the biggest culprit. Now it moves to tourism. Tourism is heavily dependent on natural forests because almost every tourist attraction for Uganda is in forests or woodland. National parks, you can take that as woodland, but we also have forests like Maramagambo forests. We see in southwestern Uganda, we have gorillas. And wherever I go in the world, they ask me about gorillas. And me myself, I've not seen any. I've never seen any gorilla. But I always say, yeah, they are good, you should come and see them. But the more we erode that forest to get wood, support agro-processing, and support construction and other interventions, the more tourism will go down. So the natural capital asset is not only in environment, it's beyond, it's interlinked within the industry, within the agriculture, and also within the service sector. Then, specifically now, the Ministry of Water and Environment, for instance, has developed the MONCAP model, the model for natural capital asset planning or policy analysis. Now, when such tools are used to quantify, let's say, the 10-fold growth strategy, there's no way you can multiply the economy 10-fold from 50 billion in 2023 to 50 billion in the next 15 years without multiplying the demand for wood 10-fold or beyond, without multiplying the demand for water 10-fold. The question, who's going to give you this wood? Now, which means we need tools which can quantify the wood required for 10-fold, the water supply required for 10-fold, and other natural capital assets required for this 10-fold. And then the budgeting should incorporate these into the budgeting process to make sure that we can have that wood supplied by having plantations and also planting natural forests and also investing in water supply. As I conclude on this question, which means beyond budget tagging, which has been focusing on mitigation and adaptation to climate change, we need to innovatively, with support of other government agencies, to have something like natural capital asset tagging within the budget to complement the budget tagging which we have currently. And that will help to make sure that we have sustainable use of these resources. Moving to the second question, where I will be brief.
Yeah, kindly be brief.
Yes, these will be brief. It was on the incentives that can encourage sustainable natural resource management. The government incentives, there are a number of them. Some of them are existing. Some of them we need to borrow from other countries who are implementing. For instance, we can have a tax incentive for commercial forestry. We have, I think, there's an incentive, Mr. Water will guide us. There's an incentive. If you plant trees of a given acreage, there is some support from government, which you can get from government. But also there are other fiscal incentives which can be designed to reward districts and communities that are protecting forests and also wetlands. And also we can think about innovatively how to have payment for ecosystem schemes. For instance, why should someone make a fish pond in a swamp and sell the fish without rewarding the swamp? There should be some revenue from that fish which is being sold, which can be used to restore the swamps which are lost. Okay? And also tourism. We have like flamingos. I'm told in Africa, it's only Uganda or there are a few countries with flamingo in Africa. And these attract a lot of tourists. And we also have rare birds, which is like cranes, Uganda cranes, and others. There's one which has shoe beak. It has a big beak. They stay in wetlands. And tourists, some of them come specifically to see these birds. Why should tourism get all the earnings from these without a given percentage of that income removed to protect these, or to pay police to protect these wetlands. So wetlands can be self-financing by making sure that all the benefits from these wetlands, a portion can come back to these wetlands to support them. Then there are government incentives which are existing, even attracting climate finance. Currently we have a number of engines which we should benefit from, maybe the needs of sensitization. One is Uganda currently is the co-chair of the Coalition of Finance Ministers globally. Uganda and Netherlands has just left, and another country has just picked up. This engine can be taken as an advantage by existing institutions to make sure that it can be an engine to get more climate finance. And also Uganda is a founding member of the Global Finance, Climate Finance Initiative, which was a joint initiative established by the UK COP 2026. And you can take advantage of this. And also in regard to Green Climate Fund globally, Uganda, under the direct access accredited entities, we have Ministry of Water and Environment. And still we can take advantage of this to make sure we can get more financing. Now we have KCCA, NEMA, and UDB have also applied, and they are yet to be accredited. And also, the Ministry of Finance is a recognized national designated authority under the Green Climate Fund. And this can be taken advantage of and benefit from. And also the Climate Finance Unit in the Ministry of Finance, when ideas, you feel you need more information, you can come to the Climate Finance Unit in the Ministry of Finance. You can get more information and how support can be arrived to. So far, we have received some benefit and some support, which we are proud of. For instance, UDB recorded that between 2000 and 2021, about 2,303 climate-related projects mobilizing about 4.7 billion from international sources has been able to come to Uganda. And also under the Green Climate Finance, Uganda records to have about 100 million to support 13 projects, and of which 4.6 is for readiness support. And there's already benefit agencies, institutions which are taking advantage of this, and we can also take more advantage of this. Then lastly, we have the Global Environmental Facility, where about 11.5 million worth of projects for low carbon and climate resilience investments have already been attained. So similar interventions can be generated and take benefit of these existing financing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Almost opening the floor for this discussion, but let me go back to Ronald. How can planning balance infrastructure, agriculture, and conservation? Very briefly, because I'm going to Minister of Water.
Thank you, Professor. One, we need to treat natural assets as infrastructure, okay? Because they support production and the development process. Water infrastructure, forest infrastructure, wetland infrastructure, just like roads, railways, airports, and all that. That will give it, prioritization and also balancing. We need to adopt an integrated approach to planning, physical planning, such that we know land designed for infrastructure corridors. You don't go to the forests, but they are designated areas for infrastructure. You raise agricultural productivity, such that the small farmers, that's a subsistence, do not come up, but you use a room as big as this to feed all of us and beyond. So that way you'll be able to have more, and therefore reduce the encroachment on the forest. I also want to wonder here, people are grabbing land, but smallholders are still bigger. Commercial farming is low. Why? Yet there's a lot of people with acres and square miles of land. So I think this requires research from your department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister of Water, the issue is about coordination. How can we improve coordination across all the sectors that need synergies? Water, forestry, agriculture, and energy. How can we? Or if, government is already breaking through in that area. What is the story?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges we are having as government is poor coordination. As mentioned already, you find that I could give examples. Minister of Agriculture could be promoting productivity at the expense of the environment. So as you are opening up more land, you are ending up in wetlands and in forests. And you find that from the productivity point of view, one is scoring, but from the environment perspective, there is a loss. When it comes to energy, Minister of Water and Environment is responsible for the supply side, and Minister of Energy is on the demand side. So unless we merge the two, for instance, we can invest more in the reforestation, maybe for energy, but also on the other hand, Minister of Energy should also be promoting technologies that conserve the energy. So the government has adopted the program approach where different sectors come together that are related, and then they plan and implement together. And I think it is very critical that we look at some of these resources from a broader perspective. It should cease to be only a business of Minister of Water and Environment, but we need to know, to appreciate that other sectors also need the same, and we have to work with them if we are to achieve what we want to achieve in all this. So coordination and multi-sectoral approaches is what we need to do, I think.
Let me also get a comment on that from NEMA. Coordination, in a sentence or two.
Thank you, Professor. Definitely, coordination is very key because you can't be a detractor to the environment independently. It's actually multi-sectoral, like Mr. Mnunes is saying. And at NEMA, we do coordinate. If there is any development, let me give an example. If you're developing a road infrastructure, who are the players? It can be the Ministry of Works. It could be the district local government where the infrastructure is passing. It could be the very communities where the road is actually passing. But it also could be a research institution that is interested in research. So coordination definitely plays a big role. And because the government does not work in isolation, so therefore coordination is very central, and it goes without saying.
Are you satisfied that as government we are well coordinated?
There is always room at the top. I was told that it's not good to give a student 100%. It's like you're saying you have reached. So there is always room at the top, and we can do better. And day by day we are improving. Coordination mechanisms are improving. For example, at NEMA we have introduced the environment licensing and management information system, which is ELMIS, that easily ensures effective coordination. Previously, for example, you would find it hard to get an input into a project from, let's say, a certain local government, let me say, maybe in Zombo. Right now, the gentleman in Zombo logs into the system, sees the project, and gives an input. Someone in energy at the same time. So we are improving coordination, leveraging ICT. Therefore, there is always room for improvement.
Thank you very much. Peter, I will be coming soon on the remaining research gaps, if any. But Wilson, what institutional arrangements are needed to ensure that these accounts are regularly updated and used? Because now we have the policy briefs, but the data that we used stopped at 2015. And actually, I don't want to preempt the audience, but definitely there are many years since 2015, you know. Somebody will say, oh, I mean, how can we trust this? And as the Minister of Finance, when you are, you know, we are trying to integrate this into fiscal planning and etc., how can we make sure we deal with this issue of old data and we move with the new information?
Thank you, Professor. Regarding the institutional arrangement, regarding updating and use, I think we need to approach this as using a holistic approach. we need to move from having a framework of standalone to a holistic approach where the government institutions work together to have this done. And each government institution has a role to play. For instance, there are users and data generators. We have UBOS compiles the data sets, but the users also need to support UBOS during the compilation. And also the users, when they are using the data set, need to have UBOS support them in interpretation of the data which they have. I'll give an example. Let's say Ministry of Water and Environment. It's almost natural. They are in charge of almost a number of the natural capital assets. And they are the key government institution on the ground getting this information. Now, UBOS to compile need them. And also, Ministry of Finance and Makerere under research and capacity building, we need these two when you're compiling. Then with that, I propose if there's need to have a formal interagency natural capital account steering committee, coordinated maybe by UBOS and Ministry of Finance with the representatives from Ministry of Water and Environment, NPA, and other key institutions. And this will help in data sharing, and also will help in setting priorities during updates, and also will help in sourcing financing, finding financing for these critical interventions. So once we have that team, which is have key institutions represented, I think that will help in strengthening the existing institutional arrangement in having natural capital assets updated frequently and also used. To move from the old system where we are in 2026 and data stops in 2015, at least it should be 2 years old at worst. So that, because now we reported the forest wood stock is going down, maybe it went up, we don't know. Maybe it went down further, we don't know. So it's important to have that steering committee, which is strengthened.
Thank you very much, Peter. In one sentence, are there remaining research gaps, or after you have done this, we are at the frontier and we shouldn't get worried?
There are more. Whereas we have done this, we still have more, starting with what you have said, the updating of the natural capital accounts, and coming to say the ecosystem services. There are so many other ecosystem services that are not yet valued, and we need to keep updating these values, but also updating the accounts themselves. Because like land use, you'll find this one now was a wetland, is now bare and all that. So we need update on that, but also better valuation methods. How best can we do it? Because I saw like Kenya largely also uses their master's students in most cases to value some of the small ecosystem services. Wetland valuation remains a very big issue, although now we are aware there is a consultant's support by GIZ, working with the Ministry of Water to see how they can value the wetlands, and thereafter also know the linkages. How does wetland link with the economy? What are those pathways to avoid double counting and all that? All these are issues of research.
Thank you, Dr. Peter. Now I want to open this to the floor. I need about 3-4 questions. And please, if you have one, kindly direct it to one of the panelists. I have somebody from behind. Yes, we shall come like that. Kindly, somebody who has a mic. Who has a mic? Give the first gentleman from behind, then the lady, and then the gentleman here. I need another one to make 4, and then a gentleman in front. That will be enough. Kindly tell us your name, the institution you are representing, and then the question, and to which panelist.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, Moderator. My name is Andrew from ASEC. I'll be quick, and thank you all the panelists, but mine is on the issue of data. If I remember very well, Moderator, I think UBOS was supposed to be part of the panel, and they were not represented here. So when it comes to data, UBOS is mandated as an apex body when it comes to issue of data. So, and here it is very key. So my question is that, don't you think that as a UBOS mandated to handle data, don't you think that we need to create like a central repository toolkit, like for data in place? Why am I asking so? Because this will ease the issue of data discrepancies, because different agencies, different MDAs are carrying out data, including the academic institutions. And that is where we normally have the data discrepancies. So my question is that, don't you think that, I don't know who will handle this because UBOS is not there, don't you think that we need to create like a central repository toolkit to address the data discrepancies?
Thank you very much. A lady here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bridget Charikunda. I work for Africa Green Health Network. My concern is on how do we localize this, and this goes to Dr. Peter. The policies are so important, but you realize most of the work of the natural capital accounting, specifically ecosystem restoration, is done by the local people, our communities where we come from. So how does this translate to them in their local languages? What is the plan for making sure that they are also partly addressing this, not necessarily remaining in the high-level engagements? Thank you.
The gentleman here.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. My name is Aroch Robert. I'm from the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. I'm representing the Commissioner of Physical Planning, who sends his apologies. I have two issues. One is informative, the other is a question. For information, on the issue of coordination, I think government is moving ahead to improve it, because something in the pipeline relating to what we call the blockchain technology is coming on board to integrate the data from all institutions into one system, so that somebody can be able to access that information at any time, anywhere, with specific user rights. My question is, especially to NEMA and Ministry of Water, we have issues of data quality and standards. Right now we are looking at the national assets, natural assets at the macro level, which would be okay because it is indicative. But when you trickle this data down, you realize that the quality is wanting. So what are we doing to ensure that really the data we are using, one, is accurate and representative of the area, but also it is not outdated, 2015, so that we have up-to-date information. We talked about issues of physical planning, which was busy scratching me when we're talking about it, because it is my docket. Physical planning heavily relies on what we have talked about. We talked about infrastructure corridors and so on. Colleagues, I want to inform you that the whole country is planned. We have a national physical development plan. But is it trickling down? NPA, we work together on this. Is it trickling down? No. Which brings me to the issue also on what we are talking about. How do we trickle down the issues we have talked about to the respective local governments? Because they are the implementing entities. NEMA has a swamp, for example, as I conclude. But when you go on ground, it is 200 times bigger than the swamp which is on ground. So how do we ensure that these issues are addressed? The quality of data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Emmanuel Erem. I'm a researcher at the Economic Policy Research Center. First of all, Dr. Babienda, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. This dissemination is very timely and it is relevant to the global agenda right now on climate change. So my question goes to Wilson. Wilson, you made a very good presentation. You've talked about freeing up fiscal space. You've talked about debt. Yeah. So as you're aware, Uganda, as at 2025, Uganda's debt stood at about 34 billion US dollars. Okay. And the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility states that the debt to GDP ratio should be at around 50%. But that went up to about 52%. Now, I need your comment on the idea of debt swaps, where, you know, a creditor country maybe forgives or restructures the debtor country's debt, and then this debt is more or less diverted to maybe climate change adaptation, mitigation, or anything that, you know, tries to bring about climate change resilience. So how feasible is that for Uganda? Because that debt is becoming unsustainable, and we can actually get some fiscal space if we make use of these debt swaps, especially when we look at the Paris countries like France, the UK. These countries, they have a lot of debt, yeah, that we can convert to climate resilience. What's your comment on the debt swaps? I think it's a very innovative instrument that can be used by the country.
Thank you. No, we picked four, but there are two ladies here, and also media team, kindly let me know if somebody is online and wants to ask a question. So these two ladies those are the last ones. Kindly go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nakazi Florence. I work for EPRC. Thank you, our dear presenters. This goes to Mr. Simwe. In your submission, you mentioned how human activity is really contributing toward stock depletion. So I really understand this. Of course, we've seen government efforts through the LPG gas, through you say the tariff on electricity. But again, one thing that did come out from your presentation is the mindset issues. As you push for this, there are some traditions that really believe that if you cooked on gas, food will not taste well. There are also some gender issues that are embedded within, which you cannot see through modeling. For example, the issue of gender, when women have time to collect firewood in the forest, they find that as the only place that maybe they can converse. So as we do this, we should also nurture the mindset and the gender issues that are embedded within. I submit. Thank you.
Lastly, that lady from behind, briefly.
Thank you. My name is Esther Fiona Atek from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I work as an energy officer. And my question is to Dr. Babienda regarding the shift to clean cooking. At the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, we have our clean cooking strategy, and I think that some of these recommendations align with that. However, we would like to see the economic impact from a macro level, from both inaction and action. If we do nothing, what is the impact at an economic level? Mostly quantitatively, and then if we focus on LPG as opposed to cooking with electricity, what is the impact on that on the economy from a macro level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody online with a question? No? No? Okay, thank you very much. What I'm going to do, in the interest of time, we are going to start from this way with the Ronald until Dr. Babienda. And so, as you answer a question specific to you, here you are brief, but also what is your one message that we can take home to ensure that natural capital accounting becomes an integral part of national development planning and decision making. Okay?
Thank you, Chair. Let me begin with the second question. I think we need to mainstream natural capital accounting in all our plans. Sectoral plans, program level plans, as well as local government even plans. We need to see the linkage between your mandate as a sector and then the sustainability of the environment. Do you, what is, if the environment is destroyed, would you realize your goals as specified in NDP4 or not? What will be your contribution? Once that linkage is established, I think we shall be up and running. Here, one thing I want to look at here, no specification was given to me. I want to contribute to localization of natural capital accounting. It is really high, you know. It's not easily understood by people, but I want to appreciate that now, you know, there is some understanding of this. Mr. Masiga has been at it for so many years. He knows where we come from. The fact that many people can present on it, you know, is a step forward. But I want to say we need popular versions of this, not only to local governments, but also to our institutions. Do we need talk shows, community barazas, or we explain this to the people? And where possible, into local languages. Thank you, Chair.
Nathan?
Thank you. I'm going to comment about data. There are a number of questions about data. And the first person was talking about UBOS not being here. I think it would be appropriate if they are part of us, because they are good at collecting data, but also the data comes from us. They don't generate it themselves. So even if they were to be around and the sources of the data is not there, then we will not get what you actually need. But I want to comment that sometimes people have data and are just not ready and willing to share. But it's not to say that there is no data available. And at the Ministry of Water and Environment, now there is a system that has been put in place, Water and Environment Information System, which cascades down to the local governments, and we are going to see a lot of data coming through. I think still the aspects of coordination speaks back to the issues of where is the data and who is providing it. I think we need to strengthen that. The other one I want to talk about was the trickling down to the local governments, which Mr. Kagwa has ably talked about.
Thank you. Wilson?
Thank you, Professor. I'll go straight to the questions directed to me. One from Dr. Emmanuel from EPRC regarding the debt swaps. Yeah, this is critical, and it's one of the engines of raising financing, and largely reducing debt and also investing in environmental issues. So it's critical, and it's one of the avenues which our climate finance unit is pursuing. Yeah, so it's very important, I think, for raising it, but also maybe to inform the meeting, there are also other risks which are not within, that are outside Uganda. For instance, there is something called EUDR and also CBAM. Yeah, let's begin with the CBAM. CBAM is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, in that if you're exporting a commodity to the EU, and this commodity has carbon component in it, and you didn't tax that carbon within your country, EU will put that tax on that commodity. Which means your commodity, your export will become expensive in the EU market, and become less competitive, and you run out of market of business. So which means, and also if you tax it here, the revenue, yes, will go to government. Yeah, but also it affects somehow its competitiveness in the export market. So it's important to look at those components. This directive was adopted in December last year, and now it's active. Also, we have something which is likely to touch us heavily, is the EUDR, European Union Deforestation Regulation. That if the exports you are exporting to the EU, you can't justify that you didn't cut down trees to plant that crop. For instance, coffee. If it's tagged that you had to cut down trees to plant that coffee, it will be rejected the other side. And once it's rejected, you know coffee is our main export earner. So it's not only coffee, we have tea, we have other exports, and our exports are largely agricultural. And once they are touched, foreign exchange is affected, and also our reserves as a country are affected, and we use this money to import medicine and other necessities. So these are things which policy makers, researchers also need to begin looking into, to make sure that we protect our economy. Instead of borrowing the money to buy medicine, at least we continue using our exports, which we are currently exporting. So it is something which we need all stakeholders, both government and private sector, to begin acting on it, to make sure that we don't violate the regulations which are in the markets which are in the EU. Then lastly, Nakazi Florence from EPRC asked a question about mindset change. Because we said clean cooking, we found that more than 80% of the harvest or of wood demand is actually charcoal and firewood, which means if we transfer that demand of charcoal and firewood to LPG and electricity, we would save the forests. So there's a mindset change. A number of Ugandans believe that cooking on gas, matoke doesn't taste nice. Okay? It used to be a mindset change that cooking meat in a pot of clay, it tastes nicer. But now few Ugandans cook the meat in a pot. With time we change. I've ever tasted meat in a pot, yes, it tastes nice, yeah. It's true. But we no longer cook using pots. So government interventions being undertaken now is also having this in mind. For instance, as we promote LPG and also using electricity for cooking, we are also taking care of those who are insisting on firewood. We have energy-saving stoves. You find a stove, instead of using 1 kg of charcoal, you can use half kg for a longer time. And also cooking stones. There are stones, they are things called volcanic stones, which have been marketed and many households are using them. And that is taking care of that pocket of Ugandans who are still insisting on using traditional methods of cooking. So with that, it helps us to move faster. But still we need sensitization to keep sensitizing the public on the dangers of cutting a tree to plant, to use it for firewood, and the dangers of cutting a tree for charcoal. Thank you.
Nema?
Thank you very much, Professor. I think mine was from Robert about data quality, and this I will try to cover UBOS, and I know UBOS is in the room. Chair, UBOS has rolled out what we call the Plan for National Statistics Development, the PNSD. And when you look at the PNSD, it is basically getting data from the actual producers, not necessarily UBOS doing a census, which is very expensive. So if NEMA is generating data, if Ministry of Water, which has a lot of data on water, Ministry of Lands has data in that aspect to the extent possible, it collects that data and produces an abstract. Now, UBOS validates and ensures that quality is to the standard and then publishes as official statistics. So that program, UBOS is rolling it out and it's producing results, and hopefully it will actually help in streamlining data, so that data from UBOS will be the same data you will find in any other agency. But also as NEMA, we are developing the first ever National Environment Statistics Abstract. Now the National Environment Statistics Abstract will be like a collection of environment statistics from all the producers. And this is not generated only by NEMA, but by the lead agencies. And it is quality assured by UBOS and will be published as official statistics, and therefore can be used for research, for guidance, and for policy. Professor, if you asked me one take home, I would say let's generate natural capital accounts. But can we have these natural capital accounts integrated in the GDP so that we can have a shift of from the traditional GDP? The advantage with that, Professor, is you create demand. You see, demand definitely creates supply. If there is demand, supply will be inevitable. Supply can generate demand, but it's not guaranteed. So when there is demand for these natural capital accounts, for example, there is a demand for this data to generate revised GDP figures, there will be definite supply. And therefore, data will improve ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peter, I know you are under a lot of attack because you are from academia and many people misunderstand you to be theoretical and all that. But despite that, summarize your story and your last message. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Prof. And thank you for the questions. Some of the questions have already been answered by colleagues. But I just wanted to say that at the center and Cobams in general, we are really trying to do a lot to localize this. We are working with a number of local governments. We have conducted a number of trainings, including natural capital accounting, with the district officials, Masaka, Soroti, Fort Poto, and many others. So that's one of them. But also engaging the people we are doing that, although we are limited by funds, but using Makari Fund, for example, but also our funders, and this is something really we need to do. But also teaching in class, when we teach these students, who later become district officers, through them also indirectly they can transfer that. So we are doing that, but we can always do more, and that goes in hand with the mindset issue that we have been talking about, working with Ministry of Energy on the clean cooking. We have done a lot on that as Makerere, to try and change the mindset. This thing of that you have to cook on firewood for matoke to taste well, and sifting. So there are other factors by the way now that are coming up. The availability and then the cost of some of these things. But the mindset issue is actually going. We developed a MONICAP model. You heard Wilson talk about it for Ministry of Water and Environment, the model for natural capital policy assessment. And one of the things we are doing, these are the scenarios we do. What if we don't do anything? What will happen to the wood stock? What if we now invest in LPG electricity? What will happen to emissions and all that? We believe this model will even help us in updating our NDC. I thank you, Chair.
And now, kindly rise up for a group picture, but also we would like to appreciate you for
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, physically present here at Makerere University Main Building, Senior Common Room, and those who have been following us online, could we clap for each other for being a lovely audience? And thank you so much to the Gates Foundation, Makerere University, CISM, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, GGI, Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development. You can see the logos displayed. We come to the successful completion of the launch and dissemination of policy briefs of Uganda'S natural capital accounts. To the online team, thank you for being with us from the time when we started till the very end. Members, the host ensured that we have lunch, but we've been requested to ensure that we partake that lunch in a very Makererian way. And how is that? I'm going to request Professor Edward Bale to help us move first with, we are handling table per table. You'll pass here. Piato restaurant is already set, and we are moving table per table. So we are going to start with the principal. Please lead our participants seated here, plus the next table. The rest of us, let's remain seated. In a few minutes, we'll be joining We are heading there table by table. When you get your plate, you please return. The seats are still comfortable. So for now, table 1 and table 2. And then for us who are still seated, it's still time to say hello to the person seated next to you. To our online participants, we've come to the successful completion of the launch and dissemination of the policy briefs of Uganda'S natural capital accounts. So table 1 and table 2, thereafter, when I realize this line has a bit reduced, then I'll invite the next tables. We are going to follow order.